When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more, so I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm, a dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together. when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable, and the back door, it was already partially obstructed with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. Back in late 2006, I was pregnant with my twins. We lived just about 30 minutes away from the beach, and one weekend, we decided to take our daughter to the beach. She loved it, and it was a favorite family activity. Anyway, the three of us were out swimming in the water, just having a great time. We were stupid. We were just a little bit too far from the shore with a toddler. We shouldn't have been. We also were very caught up just having a great time together. I suddenly realized that we were the only ones in the water. I looked towards the shore, and everyone was yelling to get out of the water. Right then, a huge shadow swims between us and the shoreline. This was a very large, popular beach. There were no warning flags or anything, and so we kind of just forgot to respect nature. I've never made that mistake again. This is the story of how the aunt I never came to know died. I'm 38 now, but I learned about this when I was a teenager. My dad actually shared it with me when he was still alive, but it's still questionable if that was intentional or not. We were moving from one place to another, and I'd seen a picture that I'd never seen before in my life. I recognized the little boy as my dad, but I didn't recognize the little girl standing with him in the photo. My mom was the one closest to me when I stumbled upon the picture, so I asked her, "Who is this?" She looked at the photo first. I could tell she knew the answer, but then she shot me a look like she wasn't going to tell me. It was a super weird moment of silence before I asked her again, like, "Come on, Mom, tell me who that is." As I said this, she sort of shushed me. I laughed because it was out of character, and then she just walked out of the room. I was so confused, so with the photo in hand, I followed her. It was as if she was literally trying to outrun me. Finally, instead of laughing, I stopped in my tracks and I said, "Fine, I'll just ask Dad." And she came running back to where I was. And then, just as before, she started to shush me. I gave her a look, hoping to convey I was serious. But then my dad walked into the hallway area we were occupying, and he asked what we were running around about and what I was going to just ask Dad about. Long story short, I accidentally made my dad cry. He tried to hide it, but I know he did. When I showed him the picture. And then I felt so bad I left the room crying. Teenagers. So I didn't even get the story until later, maybe 2 weeks later. But by that time, I'd kind of forgotten about the photo because we'd moved and everything was so hectic when I started school that year. I didn't really forget about it, but I'd put to bed the idea of asking about it again. Then one night, we're all watching a movie. I can't even tell you what it was, but my dad paused it, and out of the blue, for me anyway, apparently he'd been building up to this with my mom for a while, he says to me, "I could have prevented my sister's death, but I didn't. I'll never forgive myself." I'll always consider myself to blame. I've never talked to anyone about this except your mother, because there's no question that no matter the intentions, what happened resulted in her death. Now, before you go judging my dad too harshly, I should remind you he's no longer with us, but most importantly, he was only 5 years old when this happened, and he carried this with him his whole life. Certain fears he had, well, they made sense after I learned the story. Honestly, a lot made sense once I learned the story. He was 5 and in kindergarten. His sister was 7 and in the first grade. Her classroom was located across the hall directly parallel to my dad's classroom, and the doorways faced each other. All that day, his sister and her friends would taunt my dad from their classroom, make faces, putting the L above their heads, calling him names when he was in ear's range of the door. Just typical sibling drama. Earlier that day at one of their recesses, he'd accidentally embarrassed her in front of her crush, and she wasn't in the business of forgiveness. The bullying continued on the bus ride home after school, only intensified. She and one of her friends from class, they sat in the back to deliver the harassment. By that point, my dad said he'd had enough of it. He turned around and directed a few choice words their way, but that only increased the barrage of insults. And during this time, they lived in the mountains of the western United States, and the houses had acres between the next. The trip home took a little over 50 minutes from school, and he said that they were only 3 or 4 minutes out of the school's gates before she unleashed a bomb on him. She really dug into him with her words, and finally got his cheeks to turn red and his eyes to flutter with speechless disbelief, slowly welling with tears. He interrupted himself to explain that he thought his sister was trying to make him feel the embarrassment that he'd made her feel that day. Well, she stood up in her seat and said something to the likes of, "My disgusting brother still wears diapers because he pees his pants so much." The bus driver tells her to sit down, but the bus full of kids has already erupted in laughter. Even kids in his kindergarten room are laughing. He's humiliated, and makes it worse by crying. He said he sat in laughter and ridicule from his peers all the way until their stop. Their parents weren't home yet, usually arriving a couple hours after my dad and his sister got home. When they got to their front yard, my dad, still crying, ran up to the porch and into the house. He quickly shut the door behind him and locked it before his sister could get in. Their doors were never locked, so this just meant that she'd have to walk around back to get inside. Still, he said it felt satisfying to slam the door in her face. He ran into the living room and stood there with his arms folded and a smug look on his face. He was waiting for her to come in through the back door, but then he heard her screams from the backyard. He thought she was trying to trick him, so he cautiously walked through their kitchen area to the back glass door. The first thing he saw was one of the biggest mountain lions he'd ever seen, but his sister was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the giant cat lunged its head down and out of view, and he realized it was on top of his sister. It was so quick that he grabbed the sliding glass door and started to scream at the cougar, who then tried to grab his sister's body in its mouth to drag her away. He saw a few of his toy cars on the back deck. He grabbed them and began throwing them at the large cat while screaming. One managed to actually hit the cougar, and he thought that's why it dropped his sister's body and jumped back over the fence into the forest behind their house. Within almost the same instant, a neighbor came running over. He was yelling and had his arm above his head. Shortly after that, his wife, or possibly the man's mother, was there as well. The old woman stood in horror as the man attempted to perform CPR. From my dad's current point of view, given his height, he couldn't actually see his sister. As he began to step forward, the old woman called out for him to stay back. Then She made her way to where he was standing. She told my dad that she called the police before coming over. He didn't really know what that meant, but he thought that it would be good news. He thought the police could for sure help his sister. As my dad sat with the woman inside, he explained where his parents were. He remembers sitting in the kitchen and hearing the woman call his mother. He'd heard her scream over the phone, and he'd never heard her sound like that before. Her voice wasn't angry, she was anguished. My dad's sister was unfortunately already dead by the time the neighbors had shown up, well before my grandparents made their way home. My dad said after that day, he didn't talk for a year, maybe more. He doesn't even remember what made him start talking again, but one day, he was verbal. But he never spoke about what happened that day, ever. Not until he met my mom, at least. Honestly, I'm so glad he told her. I think if he actually had carried that alone, he wouldn't have grown into being the dad that I loved so very much. He would often say that my mom saved his life, and I guess I always wondered a little bit what that meant. Was it just the typical, I was a rebel before this lady kind of thing? It didn't really seem that way, but this story, I think I understood what he meant. Another thing was his fear of cats. It was a really big one. So much so that I've never actually owned one. I suppose I could now, but he was absolutely terrified of them. And he was never an outdoorsy man, which could be a lot of things, but I think this is also a huge reason that he kept us in the city. I told my dad straight up when he told me this that I didn't think he should blame himself at all. It was really just a horrible accident, and he was so young. Plus, he did try to help with his cars and all. Anyway, thanks for reading. You're going to die, repeated calmly with no worry, 5 or 6 times in a few minutes. So, the story. I'm rock climbing indoors on a wall with 2 auto belays. On my right is a small girl, about 5. As a courtesy, I let her begin climbing first. It's a friendly gym where patrons give positive feedback to fellow climbers. Nice job, I say as she gets started. She's climbing open, using any holds. I begin my route's ascent and I'm focused in working out the climb. I'm maybe 15 feet off the ground when I see her small foot just ahead to the right. I wait patiently for safety and for her to climb further. Keep going, you're doing great, I say. You're going to die, she calmly replies. What did she just say? I question myself. I'm sure I misheard this cute little girl. I'll just let her climb a bit further and ignore her. Back to concentration, now about 22 feet up the wall. I pause again, and with no prompting, I hear her again, very clearly say from about 4.5 feet away, You're going to die. My mind is racing. Why would this little climber have such odd things to say? Maybe best not to engage with someone who's so young and saying such odd things. I nod my head at her. We continue climbing. At about 32 feet, I realize she's slowing me down a bit as I keep waiting for her, and I should probably just pass her at the next safe opportunity. I visualize my next few moves, and before I proceed, she breaks my train of thought. You're going to die. Okay, what is going on? Why? Why is she saying this to me? She's not being rude or obnoxious, more just matter of fact. I proceed to pass her. My brain is focused on her words and something I don't understand. As I pass her, I smile nicely and figure no reason not to ask. Why are you saying that? I ask her. You're going to die. You're going to die. I can't shake it off. I climb a bit higher and prepare for the hardest move on the route that I'm climbing. A route I've climbed before. A route I set, known as Han Solo in Carbonite. I am 45 feet in the air. I go to re-chalk my hands before a move that I sometimes get, but sometimes fail and miss. I pause. One last time. Why is she saying this? I freeze. I stop breathing for a second. I realize the childlike meaning of her words. I begin to slowly and carefully climb down. I move at a consistent pace. I breathe in and out. I'm past the girl who's still going up. I continue down, watching her in case she decides to come down. I reach the ground. And it is then I walk over, white as a sheet, and get a drink of water, and catch myself looking back, and I realize the words of this little guardian angel, who realized well before I ever did. I hadn't clipped my harness into the auto belay, and was free climbing up the wall with no safety equipment in place should I fall. I would have died. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true, each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover or showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only one town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023. None of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed. Not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move, even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. Alright, well, there's no classy way to start this story, so don't judge me. When I was in my early 20s, my buddy was having a birthday party at a club called Tricks, with 3 X's. This gentleman's club was of the lowest caliber. and certainly not an establishment I visited often. This being said, me and Birthday Boy were doing key bumps next to an ATM when this stripper named Dakota walked up to me and started flirting. She asked if I wanted to hang out once she was off work. Her shift ended at the end of the hour. I didn't drive to the club, but my buddy's standing behind her cheering me on, so I'm like, cool, let's do this. The party of boys leave, and I wait in the bar for Dakota to leave the dressing room. An old man sweeps confetti off the floor, and I watched him use a soapy rag to make the stripper pole shine once again, ready for the next night. Dakota comes out and tells me that she's got an Uber for us. As a gentleman, I offered to pay for the Uber, but she insists. And so together we strolled out the back door, arm in arm. Within 30 seconds, a car is pulling around the side of the club. As its headlights get close, Dakota says, "That's our Uber." And sure enough, the car pulls to a stop right in front of us. It was a Ford Focus or Chevy Aveo-looking small red car. I had to squeeze in the back seat. The driver is a tall, young woman. She also looks uncomfortable in this car, and I wonder why she would have made a purchase like this. When Dakota slides next to me, she asks if the woman has her address. The cramped woman in the front seat says, "Yep," and we drive around to the front of the strip club and out to the street. It's a long rural road leaving tricks. The previous key bumps I'd been jazzing on were fleeting, along with my confidence in the current situation I'd put myself in. I wasn't even sure if I was in a real Uber. This lady in front sure didn't drive like she gave a shit about any sort of star rating. Meanwhile, I catch Dakota putting "almost there" in a text message before pressing send. She tried to hide her phone, but the glow reflected from her side window. It became very clear that Dakota had no intentions of hooking up tonight. I have no idea what direction we've gone or how long we've been going that way. I try to reach for my phone and not commit the same mistake that she had by revealing my screen in the reflection. I begin to reach in my back pocket, thinking I'll try to blindly repeat the motion that I do to dim my screen before pulling it out of my pocket. I grip the phone and boom, the car's front tire explodes in a shred of rubber. The driver tries to overcorrect and ends up flipping the car. It cartwheels 3-4 times, narrowly avoiding the trees in the ditches on either side. The car barrel rolled into a straight line down this 2-lane highway until it came to a stop, landing completely upside down. Oddly enough, I don't think I ever passed out. I'm pretty banged up. There's glass everywhere, in my clothes, in my hair. I'm bleeding from multiple places, and I'm most worried about the blood dripping up my forehead. Both women are completely unconscious. I free myself from the seatbelt, and gravity sends me down to the ceiling of the turned-over car. I crawl out. Shooting pain from a fractured arm dampens my adrenaline and my ability to think. My head's also bleeding. This time it's going the natural way, and I feel a warm steam roll down the tip of my nose. But possibly, worst of all, my phone is crushed. I check on the girls. They appear to both be passed out, but then the driver starts to groan a bit. She's coming to. I tell the woman if she can reach her cell phone, she should call 911. Without another option, I'm forced to run for miles down a long, dark highway until I reached a gas station to call for emergency services. To this day, I still have metal inside my arm from the crash, but as crazy as it sounds, I'm very grateful the car flipped that night, because I'm pretty sure that I was going to get robbed or murdered, or both, once we reached the address we were going to. And in some timeline, in another universe, Dakota was a cool stripper that really did want to hook up with me that night. I guess we'll never know. Schrodinger's stripper, per se. I've been listening to your channel for a while now. I've always wished that I had a story of my own to send in, but I could never think of anything worth talking about. I never had any kind of paranormal encounter, stalker, or intruder to speak of. Then I heard the story about the people who survived a tornado in the gas station. And it really got me thinking, what's the most frightened I've ever been? and the answer was obvious: the house fire. When I was 9, my family lived a few miles outside of town, and our house was at the end of a curvy, mile-long driveway, so you couldn't really see it from the road. It was a 2-story with 5 bedrooms and 3 baths, so a fairly large but also pretty old house. In fact, it was built just after electrical wiring became standard, which happens to be how the fire started. My parents and baby sister slept on the ground floor, while my older brother and I stayed upstairs. We had a bathroom between us, and Dad's office was at the end of the hall. One November night, I woke to all of the smoke alarms sounding at once. It usually stayed cold in my room during that time of year, but I was so hot. I understood the smoke alarms were causing the noise, and I understood it was unreasonably hot when it shouldn't be. But never once did my brain consider those things meant our house was on fire. I was terrified. I knew something was horribly wrong, just not what. I was completely frozen in shock and confusion. If my brother hadn't burst into my room at that moment, I probably would have stayed in bed until it was too late. When he opened the door, clouds of dark smoke came with him, and it became nearly impossible to see or breathe. He was screaming something at me, but the rag that he held over his mouth made him impossible to understand. Eventually, he stopped trying to talk. Instead, he crawled over to me, grabbed my arm, and yanked me out of bed. Once we were both on the floor, he grabbed a shirt and quickly tied it around my face. Then he placed one of my hands onto his ankle, and for the rest of my life, I'll never forget the look in his eyes before he turned around. He conveyed his thoughts so clearly with that gaze that I sometimes forget he didn't speak actual words. But I heard him just as clearly as if he had. He was telling me to hold on for dear life, and that's exactly what I did. I couldn't even see our ceiling anymore. A layer of pure black smoke hovered just above our heads. And suddenly, my safe childhood home was now a war zone. It felt like we crawled for miles before even making it into the hallway, and then the stairs were completely engulfed in flames. If I'd been alone and somehow made it that far, I don't think I would have gotten any further. I had no possible way out. In my child's mind, I pictured the smoke as existing only on the 2nd floor. I had expected to crawl onto the stairs and make a run for the front door, where we would meet our parents and sister, but that was no longer possible. My brother never hesitated. We've spoken of this night many times over the years, and I now know the sight of the stairs hadn't surprised him because he had already seen it. Jerry was 15 when this happened. Though he was still a child, he was much better equipped to handle the situation than myself. When he woke up to the smoke detectors, he immediately assumed the house was on fire and ran to his window. Everyone in the house believed all the windows were painted shut, except for Jerry. He foresaw a day when having a functional window might come in handy, so he had secretly been working on his. That's why he never even glanced at the staircase as we crawled past. He led me straight into his room and over to the window. When we were beneath it, he pulled me forward and pointed up. I shook my head no, so he went up first, and I watched in amazement as the collected smoke immediately began pouring out the open window. Jerry's legs disappeared over the ledge, and I once again froze with fear. But then a hand was clutching the back of my shirt and pulling me out of the stifling heat into the slightly less stifling air outside. House fires aren't like what you see on TV. In real life, you can feel the heat blasting all over your skin. It actually feels like it's crawling on you. On TV, the hero throws their arms over their face and runs inside to rescue the scared child. No, nuh-uh. That's not how it is. You can barely keep your eyes open. The heat is that intense. Most people probably couldn't force themselves to enter an area blasting that kind of heat. The only way you get there is by being trapped from within, and then every fiber of your being is screaming for you to get out. I think back to how my brother had to cross his room, get through the hallway, open my door, and then come pull me out of bed. and I just don't know how he did it. I understand why he lingered at the door. What was normally only a few steps might as well have been a mile. And he knew he'd have to get me all the way back to his window, too. I really don't know if I could have done it had our roles been reversed. Had I been able to just go out my window, would I have even thought about him? He thinks that I would have. He says I can't understand that kind of moment without living it, and I'll always have the perspective of a frightened child, while he'll always have the perspective of a frightened older brother who knew his parents couldn't help. We might as well have been on our own planet. I'll never forget anything about that night, but I especially remember the sound of my mother's cry when she saw us emerge from the window. Jerry pulled me all the way to the roof's ledge and dangled me over the side. My dad got beneath me, and I fell into his waiting arms, but Jerry was too big to catch. He hung from the side to get his feet as close to the ground as possible, and Dad tried to slow his fall, but it was still a hard drop. The doctors think Dad might have actually made it a little worse. Jerry's left ankle absorbed the brunt of the impact, and he was in a cast for 6 weeks. This was all happening in the middle of the night. We had no phone, no car keys or flashlights. We thought that we would be stuck watching our house burn to the ground while waiting for daylight. But the fire truck showed up about 25 minutes later. The blaze had grown big enough to spot from the road, and a police officer happened to pass by. He was able to call it in immediately and get help on the way. So yeah, that was definitely the most terrifying experience of my life. And thank you all for listening. Did anyone's power just go out near Williston? Did you hear that sound? I'm using a mobile hotspot right now, hoping this message will send. It's 2:40 a.m. right now. It sounded like a deep, deep baritone opera had performed one long burst of a note in my living room. It lasted about 6 seconds before it ceased. My birds went absolutely crazy in their cages. I could feel my organs shake from the sound. Update. I just went outside and it looked like the neighbors down the road still have electricity. Porch lights are on anyways. I don't think anyone's home, or I'd walk down there and ask if they felt that. I called my husband Matt at work and left a message. He should be relieved from his position within an hour and bring the car home. We're sharing one car right now. I work from home, meaning I really need to get this power outage figured out, or at least find out what happened so I could try to fix it. I've already checked the fuse box, but they all look fine. Update. Someone just knocked on my door close to 3 a.m. I'm kicking myself right now because I didn't check the peephole before opening the door. I thought it was going to be the neighbors stopping by to check in, but when I swung the door open, there was a woman that I'd never seen before standing on the porch. She said that she's from the power company and asked if she could come in. I asked for some sort of identification to show that she's actually from there, because she wasn't wearing anything with the company's name or logo on it. No clipboard in her hand, and she had on a black business coat with a black t-shirt. If she did work at the power company, she looked like she belonged in the HR department. When I asked for her ID, she tells me that it's in her truck. She'd be happy to grab it after she assesses the problem and sees what tools she needs for fixing it. I had to apologize, but insist. I put my foot in my mouth, though, because I followed it up by saying, "My husband's not home right now, so I'd feel safer knowing who's coming into my house." The woman tells me that she'll be right back, but hasn't yet. It's been around 10 minutes since I shut the door. I didn't see a work truck in the driveway. I actually didn't see any vehicles from my viewpoint, looking out the front door. That's not to say that she didn't park further down the road past the house. It's just a little strange. After I shut the door, I quickly locked it and returned to my viewpoint in the peephole. She stood there for a bit too long for comfort. I think she knew that I was staring at her. Update. Hey, I hope you didn't think that I was dead. I'm sorry that it's taken so long for me to sit down and hash everything out, but I felt like since I involved everyone that night, you should get a follow-up as to what happened. From where I left off, I watched the woman finally turn and walk off the porch, and after a sigh of relief, I go upstairs where there's a larger window in one of the rooms. It faces out into the front yard. I wanted to see what direction she was heading when she left the property. However, I didn't see her when I got to the window. We have a large front yard stretching from our patio to the fence. There's no other way that she could have gone if she was trying to leave. There's also no way she could have traversed that distance in the amount of time it took me to go upstairs. Something felt wrong when I saw the empty yard, and then I realized our back door is probably still unlocked. I turned and sprinted down the stairs into the kitchen. But by the time I get there, the back door is wide open. The woman's already standing inside, no longer in heels. When I make a run for the front door, she's able to catch up to me while I scramble to unlock the front door. She's taller and admittedly more athletic than I am. My grip around the doorknob was the only thing not letting her pull me backwards onto the ground. Flashes of light started distorting my vision. By the fourth or fifth blow, I realized the large flashes of lightning were her hitting me in the head from behind with car keys in her knuckles. I let go of the doorknob to protect my head, and we both go backwards onto the living room floor carpet. She's on her back with me in a headlock. I'm on my back, on top of her. She starts to hit me again with her keys firmly between her fingers. That's when I can feel myself losing consciousness and think that this is my last couple of seconds on Earth. If I go out, I'm dead. I use the last of my energy desperately trying to pull her arm down. Each of her strikes would leave multiple puncture wounds on my shoulder, neck, and head. The ringing in my ears muted everything else. It felt like static crawled from the center of my lungs up to my cheeks and eyes. Then she releases me as I see another blurry figure come and stand above us. She pushes me off and gets up. I couldn't get up fast enough. I stayed on the ground trying to shake the fuzz from my brain as my vision stopped spinning and the ringing in my ears began to fade. I saw for the first time that it was Maddie who'd come into the kitchen and interrupted my attack. Matt's in the military and worked on the base. Matt's my husband. At first, I was shocked that he hadn't taken her down yet. Instead, he was screaming at her and pacing in circles. She's frantically screaming back at him. When my hearing is regained, I couldn't help but notice that she knew Matt's name, and he'd also known hers. My attacker's name was Sarah. Sarah and Matt had been having an affair on base. Sarah was a private first class under Matt. She'd come to my house that night believing I was the harlot in their relationship. Intent on sharing her pain of Matt's infidelities, Sarah would follow my car home one day, figure out where I lived. That night, she took heavy bolt cutters and started to cut through the wires outside my house until she heard the electric surge and the lights went off. Her and Matt would argue until I got back to my feet. I was overwhelmed by emotions. I'd never been in a fight before that night. I'd never been hit like that. I could feel the blood running down the back of my shirt, and I couldn't control myself. I went after Sarah, but Matt caught me before I could grab her. She then turned around and ran out the back door to wherever she'd come from. Cops would pick her up before noon the next day. I'd throw my wedding ring at Matt while sitting in the emergency room, waiting for stitches. He begged and apologized, but there was too much hurt inside and out to fix what we had. Every day I'll have to look at the scars that his unfaithfulness gave me. Soon after the date was set for Sarah's case, I was back to the courthouse to file for divorce from Matt. Both dates are still pending, but my lawyer says I don't have anything to worry about in either case. Update. If you've been with me through all of this, thank you for all of your support. I read your messages and they made me cry. Thank you. I hope this message finds you all well. The sun was beginning to set as I walked along the busy city street, lost in my own thoughts. I always enjoyed the sunset and thought it was the best part about getting off before 8 p.m. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to getting home, the sunset just made it easier. As I approached the crosswalk, I pressed the button, waiting for the signal to grant me permission to cross. Impatiently, I glanced at my watch, knowing I was already running late. Finally, the walk sign flashed green, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, feeling a sense of relief. But just as I took that step, a deafening screech pierced the air. Time seemed to slow down, and I turned my head instinctively. To my horror, I saw a car hurtling towards me, just inches away, its headlights blinding me. Fear gripped me, and I froze in place, unable to move. In that split second, a rush of emotions flooded through me. My heart pounded in my chest, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to survive mixed with the knowledge that I was going to die. And then, the impact. The force of the impact was like nothing I had ever experienced. I was tossed into the air like a puppet in the hands of fate. Everything around me became a blur followed by black. Then, for a moment, I thought I must have come to. But the view, it was wrong. Instead of staring up into a sea full of onlookers, I was standing next to the onlookers, looking down at myself. I caught glimpses of horrified faces, gasps of disbelief, and the screeching sound of brakes being forcefully applied all around the scene. I looked around, and it was chaos. I remembered soaring through the air and thinking that time had stretched indefinitely, thoughts racing through my mind, memories of loved ones, regrets, sheer disbelief that this was happening to me. I remember praying that this wasn't the end, even though I was sure that it was. Then, as abruptly as the whole thing had began, everything went silent. I was now lying on the pavement, pain coursing through my body. I felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that I was still alive, that I was in this viewpoint, and terror of the uncertainty of what I really looked like. Could I move my limbs? Was my head split open? I had no idea, and was too afraid or in too much pain to move. People rushed to my side, calling for help, offering words of comfort. Still, I just couldn't believe I was actually alive. I could hear the distant wails of sirens growing louder. Paramedics arrived, their faces painted with looks of concern and professionalism. The accident, it had shattered my sense of invincibility, that's for sure, reminding me to cherish the people and experiences around me, the ones that really matter. And I'm definitely checking both ways multiple times before crossing. I won't lie, the weeks that followed the accident were filled with pain, physical and emotional, but I slowly healed. I continued to recall my experience after the accident. I don't really know what to make of it, but I'm grateful for every step that I do take. For a graduation present, my uncle gave me the keys to his cabin for a week-long trip with my friends. The only other time I'd been out there was the 4th of July weekend when I was 10, but I remembered my cousins and I having a blast. Mostly, I was just excited to be away from adult supervision for the first time. My friends, Carla and Madison, came with me. I think we were all hoping to stay longer than a week, but we never dreamed we'd want to leave early. There were other cabins in the area, but people didn't live there year-round. It should have been another few weeks before the summer crowd came out. The first day we focused on getting settled, and the weather kept us indoors for the second, but nothing unusual happened until the third. That morning, we walked down to the lake, but the water was too cold to swim, so we explored a little instead. The trail we were on circled halfway around the lake with several diverging paths to other cabins, most of which looked roughly the same as ours. I guess the first weird thing was actually when Madison saw the blinds move in one of the cabin windows, like someone had been peeking out. But we thought she was mistaken. There were no cars or lights, nothing. So we walked for another hour until we got hungry. Then we headed back for lunch and a movie. We wanted to try the lake again that evening, but the weather had different plans. Instead, we watched other movies while we drank and made dinner. But while we were eating, my car alarm started blaring. By then it was pretty dark and still storming. So I assumed the thunder set it off, thought no more of it. Likewise, when we heard a trash can fall over, we assumed it was raccoons. The next day is when we started getting scared. There are 2 metal trash cans that sit beneath the kitchen window, and we used them enough times by then to be familiar with the specific sound that they made. All 3 of us are positive we heard at least one fall over, yet when we went to check in the morning, both were right side up again. That was strange, but we didn't truly begin to worry until we noticed my car had 2 flat tires. I only had 1 spare, so that meant we were stuck until my dad could bring a second one. We hadn't driven anywhere since our arrival, and we knew the tires hadn't been low the day before. I called my dad in a panic, but he thought that we were being paranoid. He said it was common to get low leaks on that kind of terrain. Carla and Madison called their families too, but no one could bring us a tire until the following day. Carla's mom had the same response as my dad, and Madison's parents just advised calling the police if we actually saw anyone. Words that they would all soon come to regret. We kept ourselves locked inside all day, but that night was the worst of it. We covered all the windows, but obsessively checking outside only to see nothing. Then, sometime after midnight, Carla peeked out the kitchen window and screamed when she saw a bobbing light cutting through one of the forest trails. We pulled the curtain back just far enough to watch the light grow closer and closer, until the man carrying it became visible after stepping out of the tree line. He was tall and skinny, but I couldn't tell if he was tan or just dirty. His clothes were ragged and looked to be a few sizes too big, but I was more concerned with the bat-like object he seemed to be holding in his free hand. Maybe the 3 of us could have taken the guy on his own, but if he had a weapon, at least one of us was likely to get hurt. Madison dialed 911 right away, but we knew it would be a while before anyone showed up. The dispatcher wanted us to hide, but I couldn't handle not knowing where that man was. We kept all of the lights off and quietly tracked this guy around the cabin's perimeter. He circled it twice before trying both doors and all the windows. Even though we knew they were locked, we still held our breath with each attempt. If he realized we saw him, there would be no incentive for him to remain stealthy. Every second felt like an eternity, but by the time he crawled through all the bushes to check the windows, he'd eaten up almost 15 minutes. After the last one, he circled back to the front door, and we could hear the wood bend and crack as he tried to force his way inside. All the while, 911 was still on the line, urging us to hide, insisting the police would arrive any moment. We ran to the back bedroom, barricaded the door, and then crammed ourselves into a tiny closet. We had to stifle our screams when the front door caved in, and again, a few minutes later, when the man found our room. He tried to keep the noise down at first, but upon realizing the door was blocked, he started ramming it. With each attempt, our makeshift barricade gave way a little bit more, until a loud bang confirmed that the dresser hadn't been heavy enough to do the job. We held onto the closet handle for dear life, as slow footsteps paced around the room, and stopped right next to the paper-thin door, serving as our last line of defense. The man's breathing was loud and congested, and he carried a strong odor of liquor. He let out a low, sinister chuckle as he jiggled the handle. But before he could try in earnest, his creepy laughter turned to angry curses at the sudden sound of approaching sirens. We couldn't understand much of what he said, but we heard his footsteps as he ran away. We didn't move until an officer gave us the all clear after they caught the guy in the woods. At first, the police thought that he was just a homeless man bouncing around between empty houses, and for years, that's what we thought too. But a few years later, we learned that the same man confessed to murdering 2 young women. It turned out he'd been a businessman who'd started using his vacation time for extended hunting trips. Last year, I was airlifted to the hospital after a major accident, and I spent most of the day in surgery. I don't really remember much about the collision itself. One second, I was driving along, and the next, there was suddenly a truck in front of my car. The world went black, and then there were random flashes of lights, people, and blinding pain, until there wasn't. At one point, all feeling stopped, and a sense of peacefulness washed over me. I wasn't frightened or in shock, just extremely calm. There was an unquestioned certainty that everything was going to be okay. It felt like waking up from a deep sleep. I thought I was in bed. When I first opened my eyes, everything was blurry and a little disorienting. Then I realized the disorientation was because I expected to be laying down. But I was seeing everything from a standing perspective. Not only that, I was in a room full of doctors, yet everything was totally fine. As my vision cleared, so did my muddled mind, and I realized the person those doctors were all crowding around was me. I remembered the accident, and I understood with an emotionally detached fascination that I must be in the hospital. An older woman with gray hair and glasses said that if I had any chance of surviving, they needed to stop the abdominal bleeding first. And a slightly younger man with a large mole on his cheek argued that there wasn't enough time to do it before a head CT. The woman asked if he felt that way because it was in my best interest or because he needed to make his flight to Miami, and a tense silence fell over the room. For the first time, I noticed a radio was playing in the background. It was on KISS Q72, and they were playing The Sign by Ace of Base, which is kind of ironic in itself, I guess. I'm not sure how long I oversaw my own operation, but it felt like a very short time. Eventually, everything got really blurry again, and I woke up in recovery. I remember bits and pieces of the doctor's conversation, like how the older woman's nickname had been Betty Ballbreaker in med school, and that her husband is named Dave, but I assumed it was all just a weirdly vivid, drug-induced dream. Seeing that I was up, a nurse came over, and I ended up telling her all of it. She urged me to give her every detail, no matter how small. So I told her about the radio, which song I heard too. I thought she was just being nice while she tested my mental faculties. But when I started talking about the man's flight to Miami and Betty Ballbreaker, she went pale and dropped her pen. When I finished, she left and came back with a short woman. I immediately recognized her as one of the nurses from my dream. When I said as much, she accused my post-op nurse of telling me to say that. I repeated my whole story again, and she went as white as the First Lady had. She confirmed every song I listed had been playing, and the next time they returned, it was with both of my doctors. In total, I repeated this story more times than I can count on that first day alone. I've probably told it hundreds of times since, too. Everyone always thinks that it must be a cool story to have, but it doesn't really work that way with near-death experiences, at least not for me. I don't enjoy reliving the worst day of my life, but I would like to know if anyone else has ever experienced anything like this. Whatever happened to me, it had to be real. My information was accurate enough to turn a hospital's entire night shift into believers. I didn't see a bright light. My life didn't flash before my eyes. I was just there, hanging around outside of my body. A few summers ago, I decided to take a leap of faith, quite literally. Skydiving had always been on my bucket list, and on my 32nd birthday, I decided it was time to take the plunge alone. I'd spent almost 2 months leading up to the big jump practicing and getting prepared to fly solo, essentially. By the time I was committed to a solo jump, I'd successfully taken the plunge attached to an instructor twice before. As I suited up and boarded the plane, I remember having a strong mix of excitement and anxiety. My heart racing as a result of both. I realized the anticipation of going at it alone was so much more brutal. The adrenaline pumping through my veins, it was like nothing I'd experienced before. Second thoughts came flooding in, intrusive ones too, but there was no time for that. The moment had arrived. So, with a deep breath and a leap from the aircraft, immediately I felt totally weightless, soaring through the open sky. The initial rush was breathtaking. The world around me seemed to blur as I embraced the exhilarating freedom of being alone. And why is it that the moment you think this is perfect or Hakuna Matata, you're rudely reminded that's not the case? I thought everything was going perfectly until an unexpected gust of wind caught me off guard. No, off course entirely. The moment it happened, I struggled to locate my pull cord as it was ripped from my hands. I reached for the thing and pulled as hard as I could. I knew I couldn't technically pull it too early, but I could pull it too late, so I pulled, and I felt nothing but resistance. My chute had failed. Suddenly, I found myself spiraling out of control, and that weightlessness feeling was now turning into something disorienting. I wondered if I'd pass out before I hit the ground. I hoped that I would. In moments of clarity, all I could see was that the ground below was getting closer with each passing second. Panic set in, but I knew that I had to keep a clear head if I wanted to make it out of this alive. Instinctively, I reached for my emergency parachute, and I pulled the cord with all my might. The sudden jolt brought me to a halt, and my body jerked as the secondary parachute deployed. I let out the sigh of relief, but my ordeal was far from over. I was off course. Suspended thousands of feet above the ground, I had to navigate my way back to safety. In those moments of floating back down to reality, all the trivial worries and stresses seemed insignificant. I was grateful for the opportunity to experience such a rush. Especially since I had survived it. I'd eventually landed with a thud, a few scrapes and bruises, but I was on solid ground again. And call me crazy, but I continue to skydive to this day. I just carry a newfound respect for the unpredictable nature of the world. I wanted to share one of my stories. I may not have a bunch of fancy ghosts in my house, but if there's one thing I got in spades, it's crazy with a capital C. When it comes to my stories, I wasn't sure which one to tell, but the one that keeps coming to mind is from my short time working as a taxidermist. It was actually just my dad's old fishing buddy. Most of his work came from people bringing in their fish or deer, and Rick could do just about anything they wanted with them. One guy brought in a doe and a buck saying he wanted to mount the buck, mounting the doe, so that's what we gave him. But that's just a fun bonus. It's not why we're actually here. The story I came to tell you happened a few months before this. It was my third day on the job, and I still had no clue what I was doing. I came in bright and early like a good new hire, and I was just in time to see an electric bone saw demonstration. I was actually excited. I thought there was a good chance that he was going to let me try it out, and I'm sure that he would have if we hadn't had to stop so suddenly. I know some people are squeamish about animals, and it couldn't be less relevant, so without mentioning that part, Rick had the saw in one hand, and he was holding back a flap of the material with the other. This is probably a good time to mention he was also a bit of a drunk. I could smell the alcohol on him the second I walked in, but he was also swimming in whiskey the previous 2 days, and nothing bad had happened. Who was I to tell him that he shouldn't work while intoxicated? If I had tried, he probably would have fired me before listening to me. While he was cutting, he was explaining how everything worked, but he kept turning back to look at me, like he wanted to make sure I was listening. That's when everything started going in slow motion. I never took my eyes off the bone saw. The blade wasn't very big, but it was cutting through everything in its path like butter, and every time his eyes drifted towards me, the saw drifted towards his fingers. It was making me extremely nervous, so I tried to say something, but Rick wouldn't let me. I didn't even hear what he said after that. I just held my breath and continued watching. It's weird how long seconds feel when something like this happens. From start to finish, it was probably less than a minute, but it felt like 10 had passed from the moment he started cutting to the moment he removed the top of his left hand's index and middle fingers. In my mind's eye, the blade froze seconds before making contact with his flesh, and I tried to stop it. I lunged forward, reflexively, hoping to knock the saw aside, but there was just no time. My body couldn't move as quickly as my brain wanted, and in the same instant, the blade resumed spinning, and Rick's small, fleshy fingers appeared to explode. 1 second, the world was barely moving, and the next, it was painted red. Blood splattered all over us and the deer, while his fingertips vanished like a magic trick. Once the reality of what happened set in, our screams began at practically the same time. It's impossible to tell who actually yelled first. Rick jumped up and began cursing like a dying sailor. I've never before or since heard a man scream like that. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying, but it sounded like both. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the saw. It was on the floor, and the bloody blade made it look like an actual predator. Like it had just finished a particularly satisfying meal that it was now ready to sleep off. I didn't snap out of it until Rick's good hand clasped my shoulder and spun me around. A bottle of whiskey was cradled beneath his other arm, and his eyes were wild with shock, as I'm sure mine were too. But I can't imagine what this whole thing was like from his perspective. He shook me and begged me to help him find his fingers. But he wouldn't let go. I had to pry his fingers open to free myself, and he immediately went back to his whiskey. I tried to stop him. Even then, I knew the alcohol was bad for bleeders, but he pushed me away so hard that I fell to the ground. I guess it all worked out because that's how I found his fingertips. The index finger got cut just beneath the nail, and his middle finger was taken off right at the top knuckle. As I ran out of the workshop, I noticed that he had a dirty bandana wrapped around his wound, and I wondered if there was any point to getting his fingers on ice, but it didn't slow me down. I was essentially on autopilot as I ran across his backyard and into the kitchen. I could still hear Rick cursing as I searched for a Ziploc. Eventually, I found a plastic cup with a lid and filled that instead. Since Rick still hadn't come out of the workshop, I put his fingers in the cup holder and pulled my truck around back. I thought it would be a good idea to eliminate as much walking as possible, but as I was getting out of my truck, the cursing stopped, and the sound of the bone saw took its place. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What the hell is he trying to do now? I burst through the door just in time to see blood splatter all over the wall, workbench, and floor. There was even a little on the ceiling. Rick had his back to me, so I couldn't see much else at first. I can't remember exactly what I said, but something along the lines of why or what the hell. But I'll never forget the look on his face when he turned around and proudly held up his hand. There was no sign of pain or anger. I'm not sure what emotion to call it, but it's as if he were presenting a completed project that had taken months to finish, like he was showing it off. If not for the awful sight that I still see clearly in my nightmares, you would have never guessed that there was a mangled hand under all that blood. Honestly, it didn't even really look like blood. I guess I've just never seen so much that was so fresh. but Rick answered in a tone that matched his demeanor. He very casually explained the 2 severed fingers were uneven, which he clearly found unacceptable, since his fingers had bits of bone and whatever else was in there sticking out of it. He thought it would be best to even it all out, like it was a goddamn haircut. That's when I noticed the empty whiskey bottle on the floor. He'd managed to drink half a fifth in the amount of time it took me to bring back a cup of ice. I wasn't exactly calm and collected, but that was a very sobering moment. I began to think more clearly as I went from being very freaked out to genuinely afraid. I didn't know what that crazy bastard might try to do next, but I definitely was going to let the doctors explain why he lost any chance of reattaching his fingers. For the most part, I think I handled it as well as I possibly could have. I kept Rick calm on the way to the hospital, but I was right about his fingers. Luckily, the doctors are able to sedate people who aren't ready to hear bad news. I remember thinking the whole ordeal would finally be what got Rick to stop drinking. But he didn't, not even for a little while, and certainly not while he was working. 6 years ago, he died in a house fire after getting drunk and passing out with a lit cigarette. In the end, I suppose we're just lucky he never hurt anyone but himself. I live in Miami, Florida. When I was in 5th grade, my best friend's family, though absurdly wealthy, loved picking mangoes from other people's houses. For one, they just flat out liked mangoes, and 2, it gave their 3 boys somewhere to alleviate their need to break the rules every once in a while. Sometime during the school year, my best friend and his family introduced this fun little crime to me and decided to take me on a few of their mango heists. I'll admit it was really fun. The parents would wait in the car, and the 4 of us boys, all aged 7 to 12, would hop someone's fence and pick up all the fallen mangoes. Then head back to the car with a stash of 10 or so. Now there's a place called Homestead, around an hour from where we lived. I forgot the reason, but one day, my best friend's mom told us that Homestead was going to be the site of the next heist, and to be ready because there we could find the good mangoes. We head out, my best friend and I, 10, and his older brother, 12, with the mom driving. After what felt like forever, my friend's mom pulls up alongside this property with 4 vertical rows of trees stretching from the front gate down to the front of this house. So the mom parks up. We 3 boys hop out and jump the front fence. It was almost like a miniature forest within the property, with at least 40 to 50 mango trees, all lined up in rows in front of the house. My friend and his brother were working the right side, moving their way towards the house, picking up and plucking mangoes from this person's yard. I, on the other hand, worked the left side. But I decided to start at the trees near the front of the house and then work my way back. Mind you, one of the reasons my friend's mom chose this property was because there were no signs of life anywhere. I should also note our attire. We 3 boys were wearing all black, with masks made out of old t-shirts wrapped around the lower halves of our faces. We thought at 10 or 12 that we looked really cool, and the outfit really matched the whole mango robbing energy. As I'm picking up the mangoes next to the house, farthest from the fence, I see some of the blinds from the house in the back move. I was a fast kid, so the thought of the owner coming out and chasing really didn't bother me. So I just continued grabbing mangoes. All of a sudden, the front door of this old rinky-dinky shack busts open, and guess who's standing in the doorway? Yep, the owner, who was a short, heavy-set older man who looked like you could smell the cigarettes that he'd been smoking from a mile away. Well, dude takes one look out on the property, and first sees my 2 friends near the middle of the trees on the right, then pans his head directly to me, standing maybe 30 yards from where he stood. All of us were dressed in our bad intentions apparel. I froze, not sure if I was about to be scolded. But this guy wasn't in the mood to talk. Instead, as he stood in the doorway, he reached somewhere behind the door and came back with what looked to be a double-barrel shotgun. Time started moving really slow as I pieced together in my tiny brain what was about to happen. The man raised his rifle, pointed it directly at me, leaned in to take aim, and fired. And let me tell you something, especially all of the young guys out there, the ones that think they're invincible, that no one can beat them up or hurt them, etc. When a bullet flies right past you, in this case, impacted a tree behind me, maybe a foot over my head, all that bullshit about wanting to be some superhero or saving the world by facing unimaginable forces of evil, it goes right out the fucking window. It was at that moment I realized I was about to sacrifice my life for a couple of mangoes. Quite frankly, I'm still surprised I didn't literally shit my pants. Well, after that first shot hit, the gears in my head started to turn, and I could only think of two things. One, I had to drop the mangoes. Two, I had to make a fucking run for it. I immediately dumped the mangoes and hightailed it back towards the property. Thankfully, my friend and his brother saw the man pull out his gun and got a head start back to the car. This one little event in my life just might have been my greatest display of athleticism so far, in that I couldn't even feel my feet touching the ground as I ran, since I was moving that fast, and on top of that, the front fence that we initially climbed over was maybe around 6 feet tall. Getting into the property was a bit of a pain, but getting out, I can tell you my body didn't even touch that fence. I flew over that shit, and I jumped through the window of my friend's mom's car that she'd already started to roll down. I made it in, and we got out of there. As soon as I was in the back seat, she took off down the road, and back to Miami we went. She was going absolutely crazy, telling each of us that we should have been faster, more careful, yada, yada, yada. As scary as it was, and I mean, I was pretty much shaking the whole ride back. It was pretty exhilarating. I could finally say that I had survived a near-death experience. Unfortunately, though, before I was dropped off, my friend's mom made us all promise that we would never speak about it with anyone again. It had to stay between us. What happens in Homestead stays in Homestead, she said. So much for that. Let's roll back to 2013. It's winter in Florida, and to surprise my college roommate before we decide to go our separate ways, I get us tickets to see a concert in Miami, one that we've been anxious to see for a while. The drive was pretty awful, hundreds of miles from our home base in Orlando, but we were both so very excited to see the show. We'd made countless trips from Orlando to Palm Beach, so we weren't worried about anything. Just a fun few days away from home. The concert was great, if anyone was wondering. Highly recommend Distant Worlds if you're on the fence. Regardless, we decided to stay with my aunt and uncle in Pembroke Pines for a night before making the drive home in the morning. So we drag our exhausted selves into the house and go lay down. I felt fine for the most part. Then, I started coughing. Apparently, I annoyed my aunt, since she dropped a cough drop onto the corner of the bed that I was using. That night, I had to prop myself up in order to get any sleep. Not a huge deal, just a bit of a cough. I figured maybe I caught a cold from the concert goers, but man, that was fast. Moving on, we make the drive home. My chest didn't bother me for the drive back, but the second that I went to lay down, and damn, the cough was back. Figures. I had the weekend off from work, so I wasn't terribly worried. I was more annoyed than anything else. So the plan was to wait until Monday and reassess. Monday rolls around, though, and it's much worse. I couldn't get any sleep. Every time I leaned back, I started dry hacking again. I called out of work since at the time I was a call center jockey and was thoroughly hoarse. I decided that it was time to see a doctor. The evaluation comes and goes. It's determined that I just have a cold. Blessed be. Time for some classic antibiotics and to get an old shot of steroids to get me back on my feet. Only, it doesn't go away. It doesn't get better. In fact, it gets much worse. Over the course of that week, it went from lying down coughing to even sitting down. I wasn't running any fever. I was just miserable. I was getting no sleep and so frustrated over all of it. On top of it, it felt like I was dry. I just needed to lay in a bathtub at all times. I can't explain that part, though. But another half a week passes. I'm sitting up on the couch and dropping in and out of consciousness. I think to myself, I can't breathe. I can't talk without coughing. I can't stand without fainting. I'm weak. I need help. I'd fallen the day before and hit my head against the table. I'd only been able to stand for 20 seconds before nearly blacking out. My roommate convinces me to go to the hospital. At the ER, I check myself in and nearly black out when typing in my social security number. I'm wheezing and coughing. At the triage, they're telling me to slow my breathing. I hadn't even noticed that my cough had changed to short, light gasps for air for about a week. I try, but I start coughing. It hurts so bad to cough at this point, and I begin to feel lightheaded. They move me to a gurney, and I see 5 doctors swarming me as my vision swims. Of course, I'm laying down, so I can't stop coughing. I start begging them to let me sit up, but they keep pushing me down. It's miserable. They have to do their checks, though, so I do my best to not death rattle too much at them. I feel strangely light and heavy at the same time. Everything looked very blurry, and this is just the beginning of my stay. Long story short, my lungs were both 96% full of fluid. I was put into quarantine. I stayed in the hospital for about a month. I was on life support for a while. They put me in the ICU. My heart had so much fluid around it that the doctor was surprised it still worked. I had a severe arrhythmia. To this day, I have liver issues. I suspect the infection hit it somehow and caused some problems. I believe I was diagnosed with double pneumonia until they figured out what the hell was in my body. The chaplain came by, asked me to tell him my last thoughts and wishes. I had no idea what a chaplain was, so we ended up just talking about video games for 3 hours. He was very nice to me, and I enjoyed his long daily visits. I hadn't realized how close to death I actually was, though, so it took some of the burden off the situation for me. I spent Christmas and my birthday on death's door, but the hospital ladies gave me some towels, rubber bands, and rubber gloves, all to make a Christmas tree for my table. One fun fact, I did get the nurse to do a wheelie in my wheelchair once. Anyway, it was confirmed to be anthrax spores in my lungs from a bronchoscopy. And that's the condensed story of how I almost died of anthrax, because I'm extremely stubborn. And honestly, it didn't feel that bad since it was so gradual. So, I'll end this by asking, did you know that anthrax is able to be contracted naturally? Because I sure didn't. So yeah, that's the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. When my son was born, I lived in a house that was 110 years old. It was a beautiful home that had been restored to its original beauty. It had solid walls, high ceilings, huge comfortable rooms, and a swinging door between the dining room and living room. There were a few times that I'd catch something in my peripheral vision, a flash, a slight movement, etc. I didn't really dwell on it as I had other things that required my attention, being the single mother of a young child. One evening, after a very long day at work, my son was about 6 months old at the time. I had him upstairs with me in my bedroom watching a movie. The swinging door in the kitchen swooshed. We usually kept it propped open. I didn't think much about it, thinking it was my roommate closing it for some reason. Then it happened again, and again, and again. It kept happening. I went to the top of the stairs and called my roommate's name a couple of times. No answer. The door kept swooshing. I called my roommate on her cell phone. She was over a block away at a friend's house, and they came over immediately. They had 911 already dialed on the phone, ready to dial the next one because we thought someone was in that big house, someone that shouldn't be. There was no one there, but oddly enough, there was a gas leak. The whole downstairs reeked of gas. I don't know what or who swooshed that door, but I do know that if my son and I had gone to sleep without knowing there was a gas leak, it's quite possible I wouldn't be writing this today. I guess this is why I say or think that not all spirits are scary or bad. Sometimes I think they act as mysterious guardian angels. At least, in my case, they did. When I was made aware my boyfriend was cheating on me, I broke it off immediately, right then and there. My friend texted me pictures and messages saying he was seen at an IHOP with another girl. I had suspicions he was creeping around, but it hurt all the same. The night I found out, we had plans for him to come over after work. Work was his code word for IHOP with some bitch. I would have never guessed that's what it meant, even though I did find a weird set of scratches on his back one morning after he got out of the shower. He had a believable excuse for that, too. Love will make you believe anything near plausible, and Cole could wind up a charming story with the snap of a finger. Thankfully, with this cold, hard evidence, I could finally accept the truth and move on. But it was a pretty horrible way to close a chapter in my life. The same night I received the picture, Cole's at my door, pounding like crazy, begging to be let in, refusing to leave until I talked to him. My friend/upstairs neighbor Zelly was over, consoling me when he showed up. She started yelling at him through the door, telling him to leave, but he stood outside knocking. Then he'd leave and call my cell phone 1,000 times, hanging up and calling again before the answering machine could pick up. My phone was constantly buzzing until he started pounding on the door again. His behavior escalated the longer he knocked. Soon he started shaking the door handle and putting his shoulder into the door frame until finally one of my neighbors opened their door. When this happened, he turned and walked out to the parking lot and entered his car. Zelly and I could barely see his car if we look out the back patio out to the street. A neighbor had apparently called the cops because we heard a few police officers walking around. Their flashlights move below our patio, and there's no sign that they've found anything. But they don't search the back parking lot where we saw him run. I had just experienced a loved betrayal, but I didn't want him to have a police record over this. He might have even been drunk, who knows, but if he would have met those cops that night, there would have been trouble. The cops leave and hours pass. Zelly and I attempt to take turns staying awake just to keep an eye out and check on the car. During one of my power naps, Zelly shakes me awake. Cole's dome light had just turned on. Still groggy, I crawled out to look through the slats of the patio fence. The cold wind outside fully wakes me up again. It's easy to spot his car because it's the only illuminated cube in the dark parking lot. We'd also been keeping tabs on it all night before the sunset. All of this started happening around 5 or 6, maybe in the afternoon, but now it was the middle of the night. The light started getting partially blocked out, and it looks like the whole car had begun to shake like a little earthquake had hit it. Zelly had crawled up next and got to see it just before the shaking slowed to a stop again. The dome light turned off soon after the car was still. Was he coming back? There was no way to tell. The parking lot was concealed in darkness again. However, it wasn't long before we could see another light beginning to glow in the far parking lot. At first, we didn't know what we were looking at. Unlike how we saw the dome light, it wasn't instantly illuminated. What we were staring at began as a low, moving glow that quickly grew in brightness. Zelly and I realized that the light was coming from rising flames, engulfing the interior of the car. Then, the car door opens, and we hear screams fill the parking lot. A figure has jumped out of the flaming vehicle. He too is on fire. Zelly calls 911 while I continue to watch the burning man. He's flailing, rolling on the ground, all the while continuing to scream. The car is now completely on fire. Black smoke fills the parking lot. The smell of burning gasoline and rubber. It's enough to make us shut our own backsliding door. The smoke hung in the air long after the fire department put out the flaming car. The vehicle's occupant speaks to the police and firemen on scene before leaving the charred mess in an ambulance. It was Cole. Later that afternoon, from my back patio, I could see the local news out doing a story about what had happened. The car had not been towed yet, and seeing it up close on the news was almost unreal. The report said a man had been sleeping in his car. He'd been attacked by a female assailant. The attacker entered his car around 1 a.m. He was stabbed multiple times, and his car was set ablaze after the attack. They didn't say his name on the news, but I knew it was Cole. His other girlfriend had followed him to my apartment. She came back later that night to commit the arson. When she found him sleeping in the car, her impulsive rage got the best of her. She stabbed him 3 times, none of which were fatal. It's been a decade since this incident happened, and I never saw Cole in person again. When he first got out of the hospital, he left a bunch of messages on my phone explaining what had happened in the parking lot that night. I answered none of them. Having a murderous ex-girlfriend, it'll always be a turn-off for me. So, I guess I'll just conclude my story like this. Cole, let's not meet again. It's impossible not to associate your name with the burning rubber smell that saturated my apartment for weeks. What did you do to piss that girl off so much? I know cheating is bad, but she wasn't even trying to talk about it. She went straight to burning your ass, and that kind of rage comes from deep within. I don't know. There's always 2 sides to a story. I guess after all these years, I'm still curious. I got to see her mugshot. She was pretty, but somehow you got her all messed up in the head, ruining both of y'all's lives. What did you do, Cole? I was stupid enough to agree to a blind date. It was several years ago. I hadn't come out yet, and I was desperate to keep up appearances. After we had dinner, this loser drove to a dark parking lot behind a closed store. Next thing I knew, he was all over me, trying to unbutton and unzip my jeans. I said no and was blocking his hands. He refused to take no for an answer. As his hand went up my shirt, I began screaming. He was getting more pushy by the second. Suddenly, a bright white light lit up the car. His face turned white. His eyes bugged out. He quickly started his car and drove me home. He shook all the way there. I was confused, but so relieved. The next day, he called and apologized for what had happened. I told him to never call me again, and then he asked me a question that made a chill run down my spine. Who was the girl, the one in the light? I asked, what? He said when the light appeared, a blonde girl in a powdered blue dress appeared, glaring at him. She pointed at him and let out a scream. That's when he hauled ass and took me home. I hung up on him, but I couldn't help but smile. The year before, my best friend of 14 years had died unexpectedly in a car accident. She was only 21. She was buried in a dress her favorite color, baby blue. She had been a rape victim herself 3 years before her death. Apparently, she was hell-bent on me not meeting the same horrible fate, and I'm forever grateful to her. Every April, my family spends a week at our lake house in Louisiana. This year, we took my cousin because his parents were fighting again. My uncle is a real prick, so he stays with us a lot. Benji is 12 and on the way to being just like his father, so, needless to say, I wasn't happy to be stuck with him for an entire week. At least when he stayed with us at home, I could go out with friends. I know when you think lake house, you imagine swimming and jet skis, but it's not that kind of place. At least not this lake. It's all swampland and alligators, and that's how we could afford the property in the first place. If anything, it's more of a lake shack. There were too many snakes and bugs for my taste, so I usually watch TV and play Xbox. Benji, however, is an avid little fisherman, and his favorite kind is noodling. If you're not familiar with the term, it's also called hand fishing. It's illegal in over half the state, so allow me to explain. Noodling is when you go into muddy water and stick your arm into a giant catfish hole. If you're lucky, the fish will latch on and you can pull it out. Sounds fun, right? There's a few problems. It can be fairly dangerous for a number of reasons. Chief among those reasons, lots of things live in holes, snakes and snapping turtles among them. The first rule is to never stick your hand in a hole that's not 100% submerged. You also want to wear a protective glove, if not a full sleeve, or you can get cut up pretty badly. Our first day on the lake, Benji wanted to go noodling, but my parents warned him about the gators and reminded him that noodling season wouldn't even start until next month. For the next 2 days, Benji fished from the pier, and we all did our own thing. On the third day, my parents drove into town, and I was placed on babysitting duty. Benji immediately went back to the pier, and I went to my Xbox. All should have been well, but an hour later, I heard his screams. They were the kind of screams that let you know something awful was happening. Filled with pain and terror, I thought someone was attacking him, so I grabbed my dad's rifle on the way out, but it was so much worse than I thought. As I would later learn, Benji saw my parents leaving as a chance to go noodling. He didn't have his glove, and he had never done it without his dad being there to watch over him. After a couple of empty holes, he tried one that had some kind of sharp debris sticking through the wall. It cut into his forearm and down the length of his hand before he could get free. To hide what he had done, he tried to wash the blood off in the lake, hoping to wrap his arm in a t-shirt and bandage the wound before anyone noticed. Unfortunately, splashing your bloody hand in alligator-infested waters is a very bad thing to do, especially when you're a small boy. He never even noticed the gator as it approached, only after it lunged. It latched onto his hand and began dragging him down. That's when the screaming started. The water he was standing in was just over ankle deep, but the gator was trying to get him in a death roll. I was halfway there when the gator flipped him over. Benji's head went beneath the water, and I thought he was dead. I imagined explaining to my parents and the police how his parents would react, but just as quickly he was back, screaming louder than ever, but flailing too much to see anything more than a blur of movement. Suddenly, I was in the water with him. The gator was just making his second death roll attempt, and I fired straight into its underbelly. Its mouth opened, and I dragged Benji out of the lake by his good arm. He was still screaming bloody murder. People from the other houses were making their way down to us. 3 other guys put the alligator out of its misery, while someone else called an ambulance. I was in total shock. It wasn't until some lady started tending to Benji's wound that I saw the damage. His hand was barely left attached. It just hung there by a thin strip of skin and muscle, like a dead piece of meat. I could see jagged ends of broken bones sticking out of the red-stained flesh, and it made me puke. My parents arrived moments after the paramedics. Benji was airlifted to a hospital with my mom while Dad and I followed in the car. It took us 2 hours to get there, By then, the doctors had determined that there was no chance of saving his hand and had begun surgery. This happened the first week of April, so it's been a couple of weeks now. Benji's home from the hospital, but in poor spirits, as expected. I feel awful. No one has specifically blamed me, but I should have kept a better eye on him. My aunt and uncle openly blamed my parents. I don't know if they'll ever be able to fix their relationship. Even though they won't say it, I know they blame me too. The way they look at me now is just awful. Whoever's fault it was, Benji will pay the price for the rest of his life now. Even if he was being a snotty brat, most kids are. They don't know any better, and no one deserves this kind of lesson at 12 years old. Once, hiking between trails in McKinleyville, California, I stumbled upon a rural ranch property. My intention was to cut through one trail that would just lead me back to the road where I parked my car originally. However, I'd gotten myself lost. I decided to keep walking in the direction I was headed because I thought I'd heard someone. This being the 90s and no cell phones, I was hopeful that these people would help me find my way. I spotted 2 young men standing behind a barn-looking structure, smoking what smelled like marijuana. The whole area smelled like marijuana. The older of the 2, he made eye contact with me and alerted the smaller boy of my presence. Just as I started in their direction, the smaller one ran to an unknown destination, while the other one told me to get out of there. At the time, I thought maybe they were just being smart kids not talking to a stranger, so I proceeded on my way, assuming I'd likely run into someone else too. The structure the boy stood behind wasn't in shambles. It almost looked as though it was new. I realized as I kept walking that the marijuana smell didn't really subside. And that's when it dawned on me. I was walking through someone's marijuana farm. Someone's illegal marijuana farm. I came upon a house from which I could see the end of the road in a kind of courtyard. There suddenly emerged a very angry older man, and he was wielding a rifle. Behind him, I could see the smaller boy standing inside the home. He'd gone to alert his grandfather, Shirley. Pops is yelling, waving his rifle at me, saying he's going to kill me. He made it clear I was to go back wherever I came from. I pointed to the road. It was just there in sight, but he wasn't having it, so I backtracked a bit. The moment he turned back towards the house, I ran towards a nearby trail, but was spotted as he turned back again. He began to come towards the trail, still carrying that rifle. Now, he was firing shots. I was running up the trail, and as soon as I was out of the line of sight, I jumped down off the trail, hiding under a huge bush, and taking off my sweatshirt, a quite visible red and blue, burying it under me. I could hear the man, but I didn't dare look. Eyes see eyes and all. He turned and headed back toward the house, right in front of the bush. After several minutes, I made the hike back in the direction I'd originally come from, far away from this man's house and those kids. I could swear that on the way back someone was following me. I'm even more sure of it now, knowing how vast those woods are and how highly illegal that shit was at the time. I was lucky to get the hell out of there, but it makes you wonder how many people have gotten themselves into the same mess, and were they so lucky? Last summer, I was staying by the beach at my grandmother's before going away to college. There were too many people out during the day, so I only went late in the evenings. There were always a few others around who seemed to be doing the same as myself, but it was usually quiet. One night, a man in a blue tracksuit walked 10 to 15 feet behind me for over 30 minutes without passing. So I stopped to check my phone while he went by. Since I was close to my turnaround point, I just started back the way I came from and went home. The next night, I saw the same man. We passed one another shortly after I arrived, and 15 minutes later, he was behind me again. Still keeping the same distance, no matter my speed. I didn't like that at all. A couple was walking towards me, so I ran up to them like we were old friends, and they were kind enough to play along. The guy that was following continued along his way, and I made it home without seeing him again. After that, I skipped my beach walks for a week, hoping that would be the end of it. When I returned, it was a little later than my usual time, and there was no sign of him for the first leg of my route. My turnaround point is a pier about a mile from where I start, and there was a man standing at the end of it. He was on his phone and facing the water. I didn't think that he even noticed me. Then, about halfway back, I saw him in the distance. Other than paranoia from my previous encounters, I didn't really have a valid reason to be suspicious. He was so far away I couldn't even see his face, and I would be off the beach before he caught up. But I still walked a little faster. So fast that I bumped into a girl that I actually knew from school. She was also staying with relatives and wouldn't let me get a word in. So by the time I thought to look back for the mystery man, he was gone. I was instantly relieved and talked with the girl for a few more minutes. Once we parted ways, I'd forgotten all about the man behind me and walked straight for my grandmother's. It was just past 9, and the whole street was silent. All of her neighbors were elderly and tended to go to bed early. When I was only 3 houses down from my destination, someone walked out from behind a large truck and stood blocking the sidewalk. It was the guy I saw earlier that night. He was wearing the same black hoodie with a white design on the front. My heart dropped. This time, he was close enough that I recognized his face, and it was the same guy who had been following me all the other times. My panic kicked into overdrive as he asked if I was lost. I said my house was just next to us and began walking towards it. But then he pointed to my grandmother's actual house and asked why I went into that one all the previous nights. I guess he had followed me more often than I realized. What do you even say to that? The guy was smirking like this was some kind of sport, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of being afraid. He kept trying to creep closer, but I wasn't letting him get anywhere near close enough to grab me. My mouth began operating under pure survival instinct. I said, "Oh, I just wanted to get in front of a Ring doorbell cam." That instantly stopped his advance, but only for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he laughed and said, "I'd be worth the risk." Then he lunged at me. I barely moved in time, and next he began chasing me. I screamed as loudly as I could. I didn't even care about causing a scene. That was the goal. I wanted to wake the whole neighborhood up. I took maybe 4 or 5 steps towards my grandmother's before being hit from behind and knocked to the ground. We were in the middle of the street, and I continued screaming until a hand covered my mouth. Thankfully, I had already gotten the whole neighborhood's attention and watched in relief as every house began to light up. My grandmother was the first outside, but 3 neighbors were right behind her. My attacker got off and actually stepped on me as he scrambled to get away. The police were called, and I was taken inside where I recounted my story at least 20 times before the night was over. The cops said it was probably the guy's first attempt at attacking anyone, just because it was so sloppy. Apparently, if you want to grab someone in a neighborhood, you need to take them by surprise before they can draw attention. Basically, I'm just lucky my assailant was a rookie. It's always bothered me that they never caught the guy. I hated to imagine what he might be doing to other girls like me, but now, nearly a year later, I'm writing this because they finally found him. He was arrested after 4 guys beat the living shit out of him for dragging a poor woman beneath the same pier I saw him standing on during the night of my attack. The men who saved her were college guys having a drunk night on the beach when they heard the woman's muffled cries. My heart goes out to the victim. I haven't been out alone since my incident, so I can only imagine how painful her recovery will be. But I'm glad that prick will be off the streets for a while. I hope prison is extremely hard for him. Anyway, thanks for listening. Writing this has helped me get a little closure on that messed up chapter in my life. At age 23, a friend from high school asked me for a small favor. Would you ask my younger sister out on a date? He went on to explain that she was recently newly released from a short stint in a psychiatric hospital. She was diagnosed with depression. He thought socialization with a mentally stable, moral man would be therapeutic. I had been introduced to his sister, Gail, a pseudonym. 2 or 3 years passed. She was an attractive, pleasant girl. I asked if she would like to take in a movie on a double date. Double dating provided a chaperone-type venue, should anything unpleasant ensue. After a nice evening, arriving at her home with my friend Ronnie driving, I walked her to the door. And I was in the process of thanking her for a nice evening, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw 2 hulking figures approaching. One of the guys was brandishing one of those super large switchblades. In reality, a small sword. Gail recognized who it was and yelled to me, "Run, Tom, run." I did. The 2 perps were close behind me. I sprinted to her backyard and leaped over a 6-foot fence, with the assailants almost catching me. I ran for 2 or 3 blocks and then circled around to meet up with Ronnie and his date. When I got back to Ronnie, there were 2 police cars and the officers interviewing him. The guys had accosted him and took turns holding that big blade to his throat, demanding to know who I was. They took turns puncturing all of his tires and smashing his windshield. Ronnie was thoroughly traumatized. He feared for his life. I learned from Gail's big brother that one of the assailants was hospitalized in the same institution as Gail. He'd formed some sort of imaginary relationship with psychopathic ideation. The 2 were subsequently arrested and sentenced to prison for the assault on Ronnie. There's no doubt in my mind that if they'd caught up with me, they would have killed me. In '92, I was 16 and working at a grocery store. Our store closed at 9 p.m. It was after 8 p.m. when this random dude, probably a little older than me, walked through the sliding doors, walked right up to one of the cash registers, and just started pressing all of the buttons on it. He was smiling and kind of laughing while he did. I was on the register next to that one. I heard all the buttons he was pressing. I looked over and sort of laughed, saying, "What are you doing?" He didn't answer me and kept pressing buttons in a comically, almost exaggerated way, really trying to make anything happen with the register. He was laughing, and honestly, I can't tell you why, but I was laughing pretty hard. Then my assistant manager, a woman a lot older than me, walked up front and spotted him. She looked over at me while I was laughing, and she asked him, "What are you doing?" And she was more serious about it. I switched my gaze back to the guy, and he was now panicking, pressing the buttons to the register more frantically. He wasn't laughing anymore. Then he looked over at the assistant manager, then to me. Right when we made eye contact, he pulled out his gun. He walked closer to me, told me to open the register. The gun was so much closer now. I realized it wasn't a joke. He was seriously trying to rob the store, and that was a real gun. I didn't react because I was taking it all in, but my assistant manager walked over, ushered him over to his original register, the one he'd been playing on. She told him to please lower his gun. She said other stuff too, but I focused on that, really hoping he would. He didn't. Instead, he pointed the gun at her. While she was trying to get the register open, he was saying very hateful things to her, telling her, "Hurry up, bitch, open the damn drawer," pressing the gun into the back of her skull. She got it open. He took out the money, but then started coming to my register. He was again pointing the gun at me. I just stood there. He told me to open the drawer, and so I did. I just stood there while he was taking the money out. He didn't say anything else to me, though, but he pressed the gun against my back with force. Once he had the money, he walked away, and I shut the drawer. He focused his attention back on the assistant manager, and again was erratic and mean, yelling, "Where's the safe, you stupid bitch?" Things like that, hitting her. She told him she couldn't open it until the morning, and he told her that she was going to figure out a way, and continued with the obscenities. He acted like he despised her. He'd raise his voice so loud, wanting her to say one thing out of line so he could shoot her. He kept saying as much. Anything that she said would make him so mad. He got the money out of the 2 registers and even eventually from the safe in the office. While they were in the back, I reached for the phone and dialed 911. I was so scared that he was going to see me, I refused to hold the receiver to my head. As soon as I vaguely heard someone pick up, I started speaking, facing away from the office as best as I could. I told the operator the name of the store, the address. I told them I couldn't pick up the phone to talk, but to please send the police, that we were being robbed at gunpoint. I told them I had to hang up the phone, but I repeated to please send the police, that there was an armed man, just one, with a gun, robbing the store. Then I hung up and hoped for the best. Mere moments later, he was done in the office and the 2 of them walked back toward the registers. He changed his loud, threatening voice to a sarcastic tone, telling us, "Now y'all have a nice night." And he turned to the assistant manager and said, "But fuck you, bitch," and ran out of the sliding doors. The assistant manager's face turned red. She was hysterical and crying. Her entire body was shaking. She told me to call the cops, and I told her that I did while handing her some water and some tissues from my station. Once the police arrived, she was telling them what happened, very upset and crying, so they took a break from her, and then the cops came up to me, asking my side of the story. I told them everything. One cop asked if I was okay. I said yes. He said he was shocked at how calm I was for my age. I told him that the guy didn't really seem to have a problem with me, nor did he show any anger towards me. His rage was directed towards my assistant manager, so I wasn't in that much fear, except maybe for her life. I told him they needed to check back with her, that I was worried about how she was feeling having her life threatened over and over. I explained again how he focused on her, how he wanted her to do something wrong so he could shoot her. This was a long time ago, but he got away with it and was never caught. Have you ever almost died? I'm pretty sure I had a near-death experience once. You know how hotels have doors that connect 2 rooms? Well, this hotel had sealed the door off with a concrete wall. We'd opened the door and it was literally just a concrete wall. I was with my girlfriend at the time and I joked around, "I'm gonna lock you in, pushing her jokingly into the space. She wouldn't let me close the door on her, so I went inside with her and I said, "I'm gonna lock us both in," and close the door. I'll never forget the sound of the airtight seal in pure blackness closing. My hand was still on the door handle, and I thought, there's no way. Yes, it auto-locked. The door could only be opened from the outside. So this girl and I are stuck in a 6-inch door jamb. My feet are sideways. I can't even rotate my face from left to right without my nose squeezing against the door. She tells me I better not be fucking with her. I say, "Don't panic. We'll get out." Within 60 seconds, we could feel the condensation from our body heat already dripping off the door wall. We tried to force the door open. Nothing. We screamed. Nothing. The hotel was mostly empty. Phones. I didn't have mine, and her SIM didn't work as we were in a foreign country. 30 minutes. Claustrophobic nightmare. She has a panic attack. I try to calm her down. I'm having an internal panic attack. Was there enough oxygen? Would any housekeeping staff come? Long story short, we didn't die. We got out. I had a credit card in my pocket. She had her phone. We found a shaky Wi-Fi connection, downloaded the Skype app, used the light on her phone to read the numbers on my credit card. We bought Skype credit, looked up the hotel, and phoned them. No answer. Called the hotel next door. They answered. She cried, "Help us. We're stuck in the hotel next door." They said, "Okay, they'll come talk to our front desk." A few minutes later, we heard knocking on the outside of the room's door. We screamed for help. Finally, after over an hour, they opened the door and we collapsed, covered in sweat, the door dripping from the condensation of our breath and body heat. The entire housekeeping staff was there. Their response? They laughed. When we checked out the next day, every staff member couldn't help but sneak a sly smirk. If we died in that door jam, I'm pretty sure our corpses would still be there. The hood of my car is completely engulfed in flames. It's rush hour in East LA, and the people could give a fuck less about the spectacle taking place next to them. They're all too busy mentally preparing for their day ahead, distracted enough to ignore the man pushing a fireball down the road. "Hi, my name is Amir. I bet you're wondering how I got there. Well, I'm pretty sure my car was haunted. It was also cheap, so no, I'm absolutely not throwing that out as a suspected reason why I no longer have my means of transportation. But up until the spontaneous explosion of my engine, none of the issues have been mechanical, just unsettling. The car was a 2011 Toyota Yaris hatchback. I'd purchased it used from the owner on Craigslist. I even checked the car's history. No accidents, not one scratch. A month goes by, and even with the music off, I still hear talking in the car. A couple times I've looked in my rearview mirror, and only for an instant will I make eye contact with someone in the back seat. Every time, I scream and almost crash. Of course, during the first month, I attempted to gaslight myself, creating absurd excuses in my head as to why I was experiencing these terrors. Black shadow mass in the back seat. It could have been the light hitting my eyes at just the right angle in the mirror, and the whispers, they could easily be attributed to the friction of slightly low tires. But then one afternoon, while driving home from work, a cop pulls me over. I'm already paranoid that he'll smell the weed, but this interaction went in a direction I didn't expect. When the cop asks for my license and registration, he leans into my window and says, "Where'd your buddy go?" In my paranoid brain, I think he's making a Mary Jane reference or something. But thankfully, before I have an opportunity to act on my assumption and incriminate myself, I stuttered out, "Buddy, sir?" The cop still has his head looking into my back seat, and then he quickly recoils out to scan the desolate road. His attention focuses back on me, and this time his delivery clearly spoken with aggravation. He tells me that when he lit up the car and pulled us over, he clearly saw 2 occupants in the car. With my hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, I try to explain that I'm the only one here. The officer is having none of it. My words fall upon deaf ears as he takes another step back, removing his gun from the holster and telling me to get out of the car. I've never been a big anarchist in my youth. My style and music taste is rather bland, and physically, I'll never be the biggest man in a social situation. So, when Mr. Policeman pointed his gun at me, I listened. He searches me, cuffs me, then puts me in the back of his car, before turning around and searching under and around my car for the second occupant. He obviously never found one. He was sure he'd seen someone in my car. but was equally as sure that he hadn't seen anyone get away. He'd only pulled me over to discuss my tabs, not really an arrestable offense, so I was released. There was something about his entire demeanor after he'd thoroughly investigated my car and its surroundings. Clearly, he was spooked. Getting back into my car after that felt different, to say the least. Was I relieved that someone else witnessed the strangeness? Only slightly. Sure, I'm not crazy, but I still had to drive the car. So, after that event, but before my car was engulfed in flames on the highway, there's one other occurrence that solidified my unease. It's another one I can't really explain. This happened at one of the most inopportune times imaginable. That seems to be a trend in my life, but anyway, I was on a date. The date was going well. Actually, screw that, it was going great. Like, we're hitting it off, chemistry for sure. We met up at this outdoor movie event put on by the city where my date lived. Close to my own, but a bit bigger. It wasn't fancy. I mean, the movie playing was Scooby-Doo, so our expectations were that level. After that good time, we decided to walk around the park with the brilliant idea of going to catch the sunset with some ice cream. This is where my date trusts me enough to get into my car. And how do I repay her? Well, I open the door for her, and as she gets in, I see her face change dramatically. She's instantly turned off, and I'm instantly insecure. Then, I smell it. My car smells like an ashtray, like my grandmother's old trailer, heavy and thick. It was like actual smoke should have accompanied the smell, but there was none. My date and I are still sort of connected, since I was holding her hand as I got her into the car. In a total knee-jerk reaction, I pulled her back out of the car, apologizing profusely. She's confused, saying she didn't realize I was a smoker. She's also apologizing for her reaction. I explain that I'm not a smoker, and she gives me a look of disappointment, saying, I could handle if you were a smoker. I mean, I'd probably make you quit, but lying? That's just stupid. And without another word, she was walking back to where I'd originally met her. Obviously, I don't smoke cigarettes. And before you say that it was probably weed, it wasn't. If you've ever smoked weed or smelled cigarettes, you know the difference. And this was clearly tobacco smoke. That smell, it lasted for 3 days. It made me physically sick, and I almost considered selling the car at that point, for real. And that brings us to the highway fire. Normal commute for me is several hours in the car, at least one in awful traffic. What gets me through all of this is the radio. I'm in between songs listening to some banter on K-Rock when I catch a glimpse of this shadow in the back seat. I do my normal, get scared and almost wreck my car, and then I'm incredibly frustrated, almost punching at my steering wheel, but holding back. My radio then cuts out, just going into no signal mode. A loud, intense static fills my car, far louder than the music or discussion that was happening prior. I'm driving like an asshole now, but for whatever reason, nothing I do to the radio makes a difference. So I give up, and then it stops. I don't even want to be in the car at this point, but what choice do I have? I don't bother trying to turn the radio back on. I decide I'll drive in silence. Of course, that's interrupted by the faint sound of talking. Familiar, but distressing nonetheless. As I'm looking forward, I see from the top of my vision, the rear-view mirror starts to tilt ever so slightly. I look at it. No shadow there, but I swear on everything, I felt something in that car. It felt like it was sitting right next to me, and it looked as though it was moving the mirror towards itself. I moved my gaze slightly, and sure enough, a black mass is idling in the passenger seat. This all happened in a matter of seconds, all while I calmly try merging towards the far lane to exit. It wasn't my exit, but I just had that horrible feeling about being on the road, being in this car. I felt as though I was losing control of the car itself. I wish so badly I could explain what that felt like, accurately anyway, but I'll try. It felt like even though I wanted to slow down, I was finding myself accelerating. I wanted to keep my eyes on the road, but this black mass was pulling all of my attention, all of my focus. My hands on the steering wheel were burning. Instead of pulling back or protecting them in some way, I dug them in, creating an unnecessarily strong grip. Painful, yet I couldn't stop. Before I even make it over 2 lanes, I smell smoke. It smells like burning plastic. And immediately after, I see the entire hood of my car engulfed in flames. I somehow managed to make it over another 2 lanes without hitting anyone. As I reach the shoulder, it feels like the steering wheel is going to burn through my hands. Straight panicking that this car is going to lock me inside of it, burning me alive, I open the driver's side door, putting one foot out as I slow to a stop. Finally, I throw it in park, barely have enough time to grab my phone as another roar of flames bursts through the interior of my car. I waited close to an hour, all while watching my car burn. Ironically, I was now the traffic I despised so much. But I thought to myself, no way has anyone ever had such an excuse to cause traffic. This quite literally wasn't my fault, yet here I was. Well, here I am. No car, working with a rental. No future car plans in sight, given that I bought the car so cheap and not from a dealership. My quote from the insurance I already can't afford is about enough to cover a down payment for a car I could never afford. But at least I'm alive. I've tried to reach out to the guy who sold me the car, but I can't get any sort of response from him. He's told me the same thing twice now, so maybe that's why. All the car's history is in the report. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. But thanks for teaching me that there is such thing as a deal too good to be true. I don't know, man. I think I'm still in shock. I got stabbed 3 times in my ribs on my left side, and one nasty stab, 1 millimeter from my heart, which punctured my lung. Doctors were amazed I even survived. I'm going to try to go into as much detail as possible about the experience itself. If you're fighting, like I was, you don't feel the knife going in due to all the adrenaline. This guy's already tried to jack me before. I've never seen him pull a weapon on somebody, but he was literally always bothering somebody, and he loved hanging out in my local strip mall. On the day I got stabbed, he must have seen me hit the ATM and was feeling bold. He ran up on me the moment I turned the corner to get to my car. Luckily, I caught a glimpse of him just as it was happening, and I managed to hit him in the face as he tried to hit me in mine. Then, while practically embracing each other and punching each other, I realized something hurts. Then the guy started running, and I seemed to calm down, but I started to feel this warm liquid just running down my chest. Each time I breathed, more liquid would shoot out. The sensation is that of a warm water bottle being poured down your chest. Mind you, blood is thicker than water, so just picture water being a bit heavy and very slimy. Then, the pain started to kinda kick in. With the pain, came the realization that I was seeing and feeling blood ooze from my body. About that time, I started getting this feeling like being poked 1,000 times with needles all over my legs. I started losing a ton of breath, and breathing became a chore. Each breath, it just got shorter and shorter, and you can't do anything about it. You can't even take a full breath. When you try, your body just doesn't let it in, and you just get a really heavy pain with each inhale. Worst of all, you're not taking in any of that air. After that, you lose your energy, and your legs, they give up completely. They become straight up noodles, and you fall down fast. At that point, you'll barely be able to get up because your legs literally cannot stand. I was bleeding out for 14 minutes on the street. Next thing I noticed is my hearing, it started to fade. It's like when you go underwater, but the hearing effect is a bit less heavy. As time went on, the underwater hearing effect started to become stronger, and I could barely hear the people or sounds around me. They were completely disorienting. I swear you'll think I'm making this up, but when someone talks, you get this echo effect with their voice, like yelling into a canyon. How you can still hear your voice echo a few more times. When the officer was eventually talking to me, I literally could hear the cop say one sentence, and then I'd hear just the echo effect. It would sound like he said it 3 or 4 times. Each time, his voice fading further away. Next, my vision started getting black. My eyes were open, but my vision started getting really dark. It was like a black circle just closing in, and I could just see this small pin drop of light in the middle. The rest became blurry. That's probably what people mean when they say the light at the end of the tunnel, because that's literally what it looked like. At that point, it was 18, 19 minutes into my stabbing, and I had just started hearing a ringing noise in my ears. And then I swear to God, literally all my pain just went away. It was this weird, peaceful, like quietness, and it just makes you want to close your eyes and go to sleep. At that point, I didn't even fear dying. It was so surreal and peaceful. No pain. It was such a weird experience, and I swear I'm not crazy or a religious person. It was very tempting to just close my eyes and let go. But literally, I was thinking of my mom and the pain my family would go through for years. I fought so hard to stay awake. I believe that while in that state, if I would have closed my eyes, that would have been the end of my life. I had some random, really nice people come to me. One of them with braids wouldn't let me close my eyes. They would do a light slap on my face. He placed my head on his lap and would stop me multiple times from closing my eyes. His other friends were putting pressure on my wound. They didn't even care that they were getting my blood on their clothes or hands. I never got to see those people again, so if for some reason you're reading this, thanks. You literally helped me stay alive, and I thank you for being by my side. Humans sometimes need other humans, you know? I appreciate it. This was 1:30 a.m. by a guitar center that will hopefully help you remember, so again, thank you. Hope that gives you all a clear picture of what it feels like to be stabbed, in my case, right in the middle of your chest. I got stabbed for talking shit to a junkie that fell into my car when I was driving home from work. In an attempt at an insurance claim, he leapt off the sidewalk into the street and then onto the hood of my car. I was only driving about 2 miles per hour tops because I was making a right-hand turn. I even watched him start walking all fast as I was pulling up. He already had me thinking that he was going to do something dope fiendish on my approach. I made sure my doors were locked before even making the stop. I turn, he jumps and lands on the car, then proceeds to crawl up and roll onto my windshield, cracking it in the process. His stunt didn't shock me like he thought it would. It didn't even surprise me. I was just pissed. So pissed that I didn't use my better judgment. Before I even thought, oh, I should call the police to report this, I was outside of my car in a tirade, telling him to get the fuck off the car. He rolled off onto the ground, dramatically finishing his accident beneath the beams of my headlights. When he didn't respond, I had a moment to think, and that's when I thought to pull my phone out and start to call 911. I glanced down to dial, and in that time, he'd whooshed up from the ground and grabbed me by the collar of my shirt. He looked possessed. Just before 911 connected to the speakers of my car, I felt him jab me in the stomach twice. Then he threw me to the ground before running around my car and down the block he'd originally been coming from. I'm relieved to see him run away, but when I get off the ground, there's a pool of blood where I was, and then I feel a sting. I look down, and blood is still pouring from my lower abdomen, and another spot in my upper abdomen. When he was hitting me, I didn't see anything was in his hands. There's a lot of blood on the ground and on me, still coming out of me at a steady rate too. I tried to hold the wounds closed by pressing my left arm and the hand over them when I got into the car. The 911 operator is still on the speakers, asking if anyone's on the other line with her. I answered yes, and I told her what had just happened. She asks where I am. I don't know. I'm too woozy to get back out and see a street sign. I should know where I am, but I'm too woozy. The operator started asking me other questions about my condition, but I could barely focus. My energy was depleting fast. I interrupted the operator, told her that I'm going to drive myself to the hospital. She asks me to reconsider, telling me that dispatch was on the way. They've narrowed down my approximate location. They'll be in the neighborhood shortly. With how I was feeling, I decided to risk it, try to make it as far as I could rather than risking them not finding me at all. The hospital was near the freeway that I'd just exited. Turning the wheel is when I really felt the tears in my skin. It felt like there was stretching every time I moved the wheel. The pain was unbearable, and I was almost passing out more from that than the blood loss. That's a different kind of pass out, I found. You squeeze your eyes until a white ball starts filling your vision. You have to open your eyes and really get a grip on yourself not to fall in. Then the extreme tiredness. Reasoning with myself that it's okay to close my eyes for a couple seconds. I'm fighting both urges and about to crash out, but then I see someone sitting in the passenger seat next to me. Later on, recalling these events, I believe I was hallucinating because there was no possible way someone was in the car with me that night. But when I turned my head, there was clearly a woman sitting next to me. She was thin with long dark hair, wearing a long blue skirt and a knitted wool sweater. I'd never seen her before, but I was too weak to question how she got in my car. She was looking out the window, and I was unable to see her face. My glance was pained and quick before I had to focus my blurry vision on the road. The woman asked me, "Where are we going?" But I couldn't respond. By this point, each time I took a breath in or adjusted my body in any way, it sends a surging hot pain through all of my nerves. When I get to the emergency room, I barely have enough energy to turn the wheel into the lot. The wheels go onto the sidewalk and I can't readjust it. I let the car roll its way to the front doors, scraping the bottom of the car on the sidewalk. All I could do after was fall forward on the horn and hope the doctors came out to check on the disturbance. The scene I had made had already evoked attention before pressing the horn, so within seconds, doctors or nurses were banging on my window, telling me to unlock the doors. In my heart, it felt like a countdown clock. I kept repeating in my head, "Move your arm, move your arm." There's a ringing in my ears, and the last thing I can make out audibly is the woman sitting next to me. I hear her say, "Oh." Then the sound of the doors unlocking. Right when the lock sound is heard, the doctors grabbed the door handle and pulled me out of the car. I was rushed into the operating room and apparently almost died while they were working on me. I woke up almost 2 days later in a hospital bed. My sister was with me, She was my emergency contact and my phone. Later, detectives arrived to take a statement. They were never able to find the man who assaulted me that night. I had over 35 stitches and several staples. My intestines or lower bowel were punctured, but everything else was intact. However, stomach surgery and recovery presented their own medical complications over the years. My life had for sure changed after that night. I'd lost the secure and safe feeling that I used to have and take for granted. But as a part of growing and moving forward, the experience has led me to accept that there will be scars I keep on the inside and out, that I will have to someday look in the mirror and believe in the reflection I see. Until that point, take it day by day. I'm lucky to have this opportunity to appreciate the world that I could have left. My name is Janelle, and I'm a 21-year-old French student from France, and the following events took place April 2021. Tired of waiting for true love, I decided to lose my virginity with my best friend. Afterwards, I found a fantastic boyfriend and we got along wonderfully for 3 months. Then, he threw me away for still being in love with his ex, and yes, I'm still upset about it. Fragile little thing that I am, I made my first suicide attempt, went to the ER, and then landed in a mental hospital. Even with treatment, I was depressed for a few months, and I had a strong penchant for alcohol. What better way to continue my cycle of self-destruction than with dating apps? A few weeks after being released from the hospital, I matched with new people and forgot all about my dear ex. I always met the men at home because that's what I did on my actual first dates, and I didn't know any better. One day, I matched with a guy we'll call Matthew. He wasn't very handsome, and he had a few extra pounds, but I'm not Beyonce either, so I agreed to meet. We laughed a little and shared common interests, especially smoking weed. I was already planning to smoke some joints before sex. He told me his address. I didn't know if it was real. He also mentioned where he used to work, but he'd just gotten fired. I didn't care if he had a job or not. I didn't want a life with him. I explained that I was recently released from a mental clinic, that I was still fragile and depressed. It was all to make him understand that he couldn't play with me, that I was looking for sex, but also conversation and hugs. I wasn't looking for a one-night stand. He assured me that's what he wanted too, that he was actually quite cuddly. I thought he was perfect. After only a couple of days of talking, we agreed on a mojito party at my house, and he brought some joints. Matthew arrived, and he looked even worse than his photos. He was dirty, he had greasy hair, and his shirt was stained. He was also dressed like a teenager despite being 26. In short, I was far from wetting my panties, but in desperate need of company. I asked him to make some drinks while I chose a movie, and he prepared 2 mojitos before joining me on the couch. We talked a little, and he wasn't particularly smart or very interesting, so I downed my drink, hoping to liven up the party. Thus began a 3-day blackout. According to our dear Matthew, we drank and smoked during the movie, and then went to the bedroom. I vaguely remember being naked in bed, and him looking down at me before turning to slam the door. My phone was dead, so my alarm clock wasn't ringing. After missing a work appointment, my friends grew worried and called my sister when they couldn't reach me, but her phone also went to voicemail. My friends came to my house, but still didn't get an answer, so they called the fire department. Firemen managed to open the main door, but not the door to my apartment. They knocked while calling my name, and I opened the door, wearing nothing but a blanket. staring at them with incomprehension. They concluded I was hungover, and my friends helped me get dressed. And that's when they noticed my body was covered with yellow betadine. I said that I burned my arm the previous day, but there were no signs of any burn, nor do I own betadine. They took my cat and I to one of their houses since I was practically catatonic. I had trouble speaking, or even thinking. The next day, my sister picked me up and I stayed with her for a few days. Everyone was convinced I tried to kill myself. I started to complain about pain in my vulva and excess blood loss, so my sister drove me to the hospital. I explained that I may have had unprotected sex while unconscious, and they gave me an AIDS vaccine before taking samples from everywhere. I was advised to file a complaint and redirected to OB emergency care. The next morning, I finally regained consciousness, and my relatives immediately saw that I was a bit more coherent. I had more swabs done, and over the course of a week, I made a series of appointments for blood and urine samples. I also filed a complaint with testimony from my friends and sister. In the course of discussing it with others, especially medical staff and police, the term organ trafficking was mentioned more than once. They think that the guy chickened out at the last minute. Despite my complaint, a bed full of betadine, my underwear being torn off, and the blood on my doors, my attacker got away. And I'll never know what really happened or what he really wanted. I would like to point out that I used to drink and smoke in addition to my treatments, but I've never had a 3-day blackout. I'm pretty sure he put something in my drink. Anyway, it was nice to talk about it. Thank you. My name is Catherine. I'm 42, my husband is 45, and we live alone in a middle-class suburban neighborhood. There's nothing very interesting about us. He drives a UPS truck, and I'm an office manager. Even our fights are boring. Most of them are minor issues like his unwillingness to put the trash in the bin or my inability to clean my hair from the shower. But there's one topic that I've always been deadly serious about: locking the doors. When I was a teenager, a man broke into my aunt's house and strangled her. That's always really stuck with me. We never even open our windows, but I constantly recheck them, and I check the doors several times each night. I know I'm making myself sound neurotic, but I swear I'm only like this when it comes to home security. I've never suffered from anxiety or depression. I've always been painstakingly, mind-numbingly normal. I just like to feel safe in my own house. That's it. I'm not completely unreasonable or delusional. We've lived here since I was 25, and there's never been so much as a vandalized mailbox on our entire block. I fully understand I can overreact when it comes to this topic, and I'll be the first to apologize when I do. But I also don't think I'm asking for the moon, you know? I just wanted him to lock the damn doors. The problem is I usually go to bed earlier than my husband, and he'll sometimes go outside after I've gone to sleep. When he comes back in, he doesn't think to lock the door. He never had to in his childhood home, and never saw a reason to bother with ours either. I can't tell you how many times screaming matches have happened after I've woken up to find the door unlocked. And this was before it almost cost us our lives. It happened on Labor Day weekend. We had a nice block party on Saturday, probably drank a little more than we should. Then we went home, had a boringly normal evening, and went to bed early. The following morning was much the same. Everything was absolutely fine until that afternoon, when we heard Cindy Lincoln screaming bloody murder. We instinctively ran towards the sound, which seemed to be originating from just outside our house. When we got to our front door, my eyes automatically noticed that it had been left unlocked again, but I pushed my anger aside. There was a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Lincoln was actually in the yard next door, but we didn't see anything that could be causing her distress. We went to her at the same time as the neighbors on the opposite side, and several other heads started to poke out of their doors as well. Then we saw the broken glass on the front stoop, and soon, the whole street was gathered and working themselves into a panic. They didn't calm down until the police arrived. No one was eager to see the scene firsthand, but Cindy's husband was able to get most of her story before she was interviewed. She had originally walked straight to the back door where she often let herself inside to borrow, or in this case return, various kitchen supplies to Mrs. Anderson. Both women were in their 50s and very close friends. Cindy knew something awful happened the moment she entered. The house was ransacked. She called for the Andersons even though she knew they wouldn't answer. She didn't want to go any further, but she couldn't leave without knowing for sure. It only took a glance into their bedroom to be certain. Mrs. Anderson was on the bed and barely recognizable. We would later learn that she'd been stabbed 26 times. Her husband was tied to a chair, beaten, and shot in the head. Cindy stumbled out of the house in a horrified daze, and that's when we heard her screaming in the yard. Speculations of a serial killer began to spread all over town, and I did my best to focus on the fact that the Andersons were probably targeted due to their age, that it wouldn't have mattered if the doors were locked or not. When someone like that wants to get in, a lock usually isn't enough to deter them. It wasn't easy, but by redoubling my effort to stay awake longer than my husband, I began to experience something that resembled healing. Then, last week, they caught the killer, and he gave a full confession. He was young. He'd always fantasized about killing somebody. Finally worked himself up enough to go through with it. He let his computer pick a random neighborhood within a few chosen parameters and found himself on our street. When he turned off the connecting road, he immediately pulled alongside the curb and approached the house that he was parked in front of. Their door was locked, so he walked to the next house over. Their door was also locked. So were the next three, but the Anderson home was unlocked, so he went inside, and he did what he did. Had their doors been locked, our house would have been next, and he could have come inside to do what he did. My husband hasn't actually forgotten to lock the door again, but yet I still can't bring myself to trust him. I always thought it would have been fun to be a twin. The chances of me being a twin were rather high considering the fact that my mom was one. She told me this fact when I was pretty little, along with the fact that she was adopted. But about 10 years ago, I learned a lot more about that story, and it's one that I have to share. It's the story of how my mom learned that she had a twin, all while pregnant with me. Bear with me. I'm telling this story from what my mom told me over 10 years ago on my 21st birthday. My dad had fallen asleep, and Mom wanted to have one more glass of wine and some daughter time. Somehow our conversation shifted to family, and the more she talked that night, the more I was like, yep, she's definitely sharing this story with me. She tried to cut it short at one point, but as you'll see, it's not the kind of story you can just stop telling. So, for the record, my mom's name is Jeanette, my dad is Colin. Jeanette meets Colin in college, 1989. They're both attending BHSU in Spearfish. They fall in love. Jeanette becomes pregnant in the winter of 91. I wasn't planned, but optimistic Jeanette thinks that she can get through spring quarter and graduate before my pretty little face can emerge into the world and destroy her petite figure. She calls her parents living back in Douglas, Wyoming. They're elated, made a plan for her and Colin to move back in with them when they're out of college. That weekend, Colin would treat Jeanette to a dinner and a night in Rapid City to celebrate the good news. It was about 45 minutes from their apartment in Spearfish, and Jeanette was looking forward to exploring the town. At dinner, their waiter comes to the table and Colin orders a drink. He asks for Colin's ID. When Colin hands it to the man, he glances at it before handing it back. Then he turns to Jeanette. She orders a water. but he still asks for her ID. She says that she's not drinking, and then tells the waiter their good news. He doesn't say congratulations or even smile. He just says something like, "Yeah, still gonna need your ID." So Jeanette reluctantly digs around in her purse to get her ID out for the waiter. When he takes it from Jeanette's hand, he closely examines it to make sure it's not fake. She watches as he looks it over, front and back, then tries to peel any hidden stickers off by rubbing his fingernails down, looking for ridges. He then takes a notepad out from his apron, jots down a few words before handing the ID back to Jeanette. She asks if there's a problem, inquiring about what he wrote on his little notepad. He tells her that he just needed to make sure it wasn't a fake ID. They could lose their license selling to a minor. Then he leaves the table. When the drinks are delivered, it's a new waiter, and she becomes their server for the rest of the night. Colin gets absolutely trashed off of what Jeanette recalls as 2 drinks. Again, Jeanette's not drinking alcohol, so she assumes the bartender's just pouring them heavy. They've partied together many times before, and she's seen him this drunk a handful of times. But Jeanette's still a little surprised at how fast it happened. Not to mention, this wasn't supposed to be a party night. Their meal alone was going to cost over $100. It was supposed to be a nice night. By the end of their dinner date, Colin needs help pulling his wallet out of his pocket, and Jeanette no longer feels excited to spend the night away from their cats in their apartment back in Spearfish. She makes the obvious decision and decides to drive them home. When they get into the car, Jeanette's in the driver's seat of Colin's car, and Colin's dry heaving, lying in the back. She thinks she'll take the long Sturgis road up to the freeway towards home. But a few miles down the highway road, she hears the rumble of what she thinks is a helicopter. But she quickly realizes what it is when her rearview mirror is lit up with tons of bright orbs. She knew the lights couldn't be from cars because they weren't fixed to each other the way headlights would move in the dark. Suddenly, the lights in the rumble weren't so distant in her mirrors. She could see around 10 motorcycles surrounding the car. Jeanette's already a nervous driver when she's behind the wheel, so to see this biker gang on every side of her car makes Jeanette nervous. She slams on her brakes, and the motorcycles behind her almost wipe out trying to avoid her, while a few others stop directly in front of the vehicle, blocking the road. She pleads for Colin to wake up. There's a small moment of silence before any of the bikers approach their car, and my mom hears gurgling. That's when she turns around in her seat and sees my dad choking on his own vomit. She grabs him and has just enough strength to pull him onto his side. When she does, the rest of what he was throwing up falls onto the floor of the back seat. Colin inhaled. Then, the window above him was smashed in. Jeanette's window was next. The roar of men shouting and more glass breaking slowly came back into focus, and Jeanette turned back around, just as one of the bikers had his arm reaching through the broken driver's side window, unlocking her door. Then it opens, and she's grabbed and pulled from the car. Jeanette's terrified, screaming and completely confused as to what's happening. A biker grabs her by her hair and throws her to the ground, calling her a dumb cunt. Jeanette's screaming, "What do you want? Please, don't kill us." The biker that threw her on the ground now stands over her with a hunting knife. He tells her to take off her top, and she begs him not to. But the man interrupts her by grabbing the fabric of her shirt and cutting it off of her body. Jeanette sobbed as she was flipped onto her stomach. She was sure the worst was about to happen. The gravel hurt her skin, and the motorcycle lights shining in her face made it hard to see how many people were there. Face down, Jeanette hears an audible hush shared amongst the bikers. The man above her tells one of the men to go get the purse. She hears the car door open and shut. They dump her purse onto the ground, and all of its contents fall around Jeanette's head. The biker picks up her ID off the ground. A moment later, he picks Jeanette up off the ground. She stands quietly, covering herself the best she can, as he looks at the ID. When he looks at her again, He asks if she's ever met a woman named Gilda and tells her, don't fucking lie to him. Genuinely confused and relieved to not know a single Gilda, she tells the man, I don't know who that is. Bullshit. She hears from somewhere behind the man with her ID. The man comes into view, and Jeanette realizes it's the waiter from the restaurant, the one who also examined her ID and had taken their drink orders. The man with the ID tells the other guy to shut up, and then asks Jeanette if she's got family around here. Are her parents Donna and Alec? She immediately tells the man no, that her adoptive family is from Wyoming, to which one of the men asks, what the fuck are you doing in Rapid City then? Jeanette says she's currently a student at BHSU. She bends down, scrambling for her student ID, presenting it to the man, hoping this will prove her case. He grabs the ID and examines it, as he did the first one. Time is crawling, but the man is silent, passing the ID to the man behind him. Then, after several moments, he says, you have a sister. But not in the form of a question. It's a statement. Jeanette stares at the man, confused, but before she can respond, he says, a twin. You have a twin sister. And your sister? She's not welcome here. In fact, she should be dead. She tells the man that she doesn't know anything about a sister or a twin. She tells him again she's from Wyoming. This is her first time in Rapid City. She's crying, she's confused, and just plain scared. The man hands her the student ID, while the other guy walks back to his bike. The man with the knife tells her, you'd better make this your last trip to Rapid City. Your sister, your twin, she's not welcome here. And if we see you again, we'll have to assume you're her, and we won't be able to let you go. Do you understand what I'm saying? My mom nods her head, showing the man she understands what he's saying. Oh, and sorry about your guy. Couldn't have him trying to be a hero. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. Don't even think about going to the cops. Waste of your time and ours. Understand? She nods once more. And then the man holds up his left arm, making some sort of turn-it-around motion, and all of the bikes fire up at the same time, while the man turns and walks back to his own bike. Within seconds, the loud rumbling passes by Jeanette once again as she stands in the middle of the street. Eventually, it's silent, and she's processing everything that just happened, but quickly makes her way back to the car. She's relieved that Colin hasn't moved back onto his back, but remembers the man's words. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. To this day, my mom had no idea what they gave my dad, but whatever it was kept him out for hours. Once back at the apartment, my mom struggles to get my dad out of the car. Realizing she literally can't do it, she lays him back on his side, closes the door, and runs into their apartment to call her parents. So this was the night that my mom learned of Gilda and the full truth about her adoption. Grandma explains that yes, Jeanette had a twin. The girl's mother had decided to put them both up for adoption, but not together. For whatever reason, the twins were split up and adopted out to 2 different families. It wasn't an open adoption either, so all my grandparents knew was that the other girl was adopted by a family in Rapid City. They didn't know the name of the family, and they never knew what they decided to name the girl. Confused, upset, scared. These are all things my mom explained feeling after the phone call and experience. My grandparents wanted Jeanette and Colin to drive to their house as soon as possible, but Mom was too tired to make that almost 5-hour drive. So that night, my parents slept in their car. My mom explained everything to my dad the next morning. Naturally, he wanted to go to the police, but it was my mom that assured him that wasn't an option, that their only option was to forget about the whole thing and to never end up in Rapid City again. That's what they did. I asked my mom if she ever looked for her sister, but she told me no, that she was far too afraid to go digging after that whole experience, and even more afraid once I entered the world. I can't say that I blame her. It seemed obvious that her sister was entangled with a scary group of people that my mom never wanted to see again. I asked if she was mad at my grandparents for keeping this from her, and she also said no. She said that she thinks that they did the right thing, especially seeing how everything turned out. It was better this way, she told me. In case you're curious, I never went looking either, but I did finally understand why our family never made our way to Rapid City. As Grandma always says, it's not wise to go where you're not welcome. One time, my boyfriend and I went camping on a secluded part of the Oregon coast. We made a tent kind of hidden in the dunes. He'd carve our initials onto a log that we used as a bench under our tarp roof. I'd cooked a little dinner and brought it with us so that we could eat it later that night. The setting was perfect. We'd met only a few months prior, and he lived in Seahorse Beach. That night, we'd eat homemade lasagna under the glow of a flashlight taped to a stick. I crawl out from behind the triangle tent, and the beach is empty, and it's a starry sky. The moon's glow is enough to clearly see for a distance. Closer to 2 a.m, he and I have zipped our sleeping bags together and are snuggled up for warmth. He's asleep, but I'm still trying to find a comfortable position in the sand. That's when I think I hear a sound beginning to separate itself from the crashing waves. A car is driving our way on the beach. I wake my boyfriend up, and he quickly gathers as much as he can, just before he and I dive down behind a further set of dunes away from our fort. The car slows and stops near our dune. I think it's a park ranger. We hear a car door open and close, and a pair of feet begin shuffling through the sand up to us. Then the sound of a lighter gets flicked, and the tarp that we were using as shelter engulfs in flames. The person runs back to their car. We hear it turn around and drive the other direction. Just a random act of violence. All of our stuff, the tarp, our sleeping bags, they were burnt. We never found out who would have done that. We're lucky that I was awake, or we'd both be toast by now. People are gross. So here's a fascinating and horrifying story about my stepmom, Olga. When she was a young child, she was plagued with health issues. They prevented her from leaving the bed most of the days because she was too ill to stand for long periods of time. The sickness came on suddenly when she was in the middle of first grade. One day, Olga is an athletic, happy girl. The next morning, she's throwing up blood in her bed, running a fever of over 39 degrees Celsius. And all of this was happening at the worst stretch of time in her adolescence so far. Her parents were in the middle of a separation. When Olga saw her dad, it was either him sleeping on the couch or screaming and fighting in the kitchen with her mother, Ava. Then he'd be gone again for weeks at a time. At the young age of 24, Ava had taken on the responsibilities of a single mother, tending to a sick daughter alone. When Olga first went to the hospital, the doctors would originally diagnose her with acute ulcers due to the issues at home. They'd prescribe her a heartburn medication that never really fixed the problem. Olga said the intensity of her fevers would make her hallucinate to the point of seeing people walk around her room. She'd be sitting up in bed, wide awake, watching as the shadow in the darkest corner of her room bends and morphs into a human silhouette. Then that silhouette stepped out through its 2-dimensional boundaries, becoming a 3-dimensional being. Then they'd usually walk through the wall adjacent to Olga, passing by the foot of her bed. Olga tries to tell her mom about these vivid shadow people that she's been seeing appear in her room. But Ava's answer is to start diagnosing Olga herself with allergies and illnesses that she's read about in books and checked out at the library. By this point, Olga had stopped seeing her physician, none of the doctors that met with Olga could figure out what was wrong with her. A few times during this, Olga would have a break in her fever. She'd even have enough strength to get out of bed and walk around the house. Then, after dinner or the next morning, her fever would spike again. She'd be forced to take refuge in her bed for weeks. Olga's dad was a lawyer. Every couple of years, he'd uproot and move the family on a whim, taking a high-profile client and needing to be closer to them, or partnering up with a law firm until the relationship goes sour. Olga's never in one place too long growing up. The family had only recently moved into that house, a month before Olga's dad had left. This place was a stark contrast to the other homes they'd lived in, though, located in a small town near Salem. Within the first week, Ava would begin expressing concerns that she thought she was being stalked by someone. Olga's dad ignored her claims, accusing her of lying to get attention. One particularly scary incident involved Ava running through their front door. Her face was bruised and she had a rope tangled around her neck. She was in hysterics as she told Olga and her dad about going to the market and getting attacked by two men. They came up from behind and grabbed Ava in the parking lot when she was putting away her groceries. They tried to pull her into their car, but she was able to cause enough of a scene and fight them off long enough for them to give up and run away. Ava didn't get a good description of them because they attacked her from behind. After a moment of silence, Olga remembers her dad scoffed and asked her mom if she'd gotten the 2% milk. He belittled her claims and insinuated that she'd done it to herself for attention. The ordeal had left Ava in a state of despair, while her partner continued his daily routines, emotionless to the family. Olga said that she'd never seen her father smile. He never laughed, never played or showed affection. Her scrapes and bruises weren't met with empathy. She was told that crying made her look weak. Eventually, Olga stopped crying, stopped trying to be heard because she knew no one was listening. Olga had been treated like a miniature adult and expected to act accordingly. That's why Olga chose not to talk to her mom about the waking nightmares she'd been experiencing on an almost nightly basis by that time. The entities appearing in her room began to speak. Most of it was in a garbled English, though some were in a different language. But all of them sounded like someone talking under the water while you're just above the surface. Random words could be understood, but most of the noise was too muddled for interpretation. None of these matte black figures that would cross through Olga's bedroom were the same. All of them different sizes and shapes, each with different speaking tones, and none of them would interact with Olga as they passed by the foot of her bed, except for one. A stout female entity with long hair flowing like smoke from a candle, but its direction going down instead of up. She stands at the end of Olga's bed. Her face is featureless, but Olga can feel that they're staring into each other's eyes. Olga can't believe what she's seeing, and she really has a moment to examine this shadow figure. Besides the hair becoming more translucent as it's parted and moved by her shoulders, the rest of her was pure, deep black. The light given off by Olga's side table lamp was absorbed by its skin instead of reflected. Then it spoke to Olga. The sound was so close, she didn't know if it was in her head or if it had been audible on the outside. Though a submerged tone, Olga believed it said, "You feed the flowers." To stop herself from screaming, Olga kept her hands cupped tightly around her mouth. She did that the whole time this entity was interacting with her, all the way until it stepped back from her bed and back through the wall. For days, Olga would think about those words, what they could have meant. Then, one sunny afternoon, the mailman brings a vase filled with beautiful daffodils. It was addressed to Olga. Her first grade class had gotten her a bouquet of flowers, along with a get well soon card signed by all of her classmates. Eva brought it into Olga's room, put it on the table beside her. When she left, Olga laughed at herself when a tear escaped from her eye. More tears would follow as she smelled the sweet fragrance of her flowers and read through all the little notes her friends had wrote on the edges of her card. Later that night, Ava prepares Olga's dinner, places it on a TV tray in front of her. Olga often struggled to keep food down, so her eating habits mostly consisted of picking through little bites of food, taking small sips of water, rarely able to finish what was on her plate. Her mom would make her finish the glass of water, though. Ava insisted it be gone by the time she came to retrieve the dishes. This night was like the rest. Olga would choke down a portion of her meal and then decided she was done. Olga set the TV tray on the floor next to her bed, but before she got fully back under her blankets, she saw her glass of water sitting on the tray that she barely drank. Olga was already feeling a bit nauseous, didn't want to place any more substances in her body. Instead, Olga grabs the glass. She dumps it into the egg-shaped vase of flowers from her class, and then goes to bed. The next morning, when Olga wakes up, she finds her flowers have wilted and died. Almost instantly, this makes her recall the shadow woman, what she'd said. Seeing the flowers are now dead, it scares Olga enough to make her stop drinking the water her mom would bring with every meal. She became so dehydrated, she had to crawl from her bed to the bathroom in her room just to get a drink from the faucet while her mom was asleep. When her mom would bring her the water, she would later pour it off the opposite side of her bed, next to the wall. It would eventually start to mold the carpet and smell, but not before Olga had already been doing this for over a week. In this time, Olga found that she was less fatigued and tired. She would keep her slight health improvement a secret from Ava, using her new sense of energy to quietly explore the house when her mom would go to sleep. Olga was also having to deal with an increase in appetite, so she would sneak into the kitchen, eat the leftovers that were thrown away that night. On one of these excursions to the kitchen, Olga notices a small box on the counter. It was tipped over and some of its contents had spilled out in front of it. Its mess frozen on display and left to clean up in the morning. Olga walks over to see what had spilled. At first, she's inspecting the small mound of thick white powder, thinking it's baking soda. She puts her finger in it. The texture is softer than baking soda, possibly flour or powdered sugar. Olga also remembers finding a small amount of this substance on the rim of a water glass that her mom had brought to her. Ava told Olga that it was powdered dish soap from the dishwasher. Olga, being a child and curious to find an answer to her new little mystery, was about to put her finger in her mouth to taste it when her eyes just so happened to glance over at an eye-catching red and white logo on the box. Below the name was an image of a white rat, over it a red X. Olga knew that anything with a big red X should probably be avoided, so she quickly wiped the powder off of her fingers onto her pajamas. Olga initially got scared, thought that she'd put her hand in rat poison, but she'd never seen a rat in the house, and the box said tracking powder. Olga left it as it was, ate her snack, and went to bed. The next day, while her mom was at the store, Olga calls the only number she can remember, which is her Uncle Victor. He's surprised to hear her voice, and he listens to her tell him about the water. When she's finished, Victor tells Olga he's on his way over. Olga sits on the living room couch, watches out the window for Victor. He lives in an apartment complex 2 neighborhoods down. But before she sees his truck, Olga sees Ava's car turn into the driveway. Olga leaps from the couch. She's about to turn and run to her bedroom when she sees Victor's truck come flying in, pulling directly behind Ava's car. Ava gets out of her car, startled as Victor jumps from his truck and starts yelling at her in Russian. Ava starts yelling back. This is the angriest Olga has ever seen Victor. He was frothing at the mouth while he was yelling. Then, Victor pushes Ava to the gravel, starts walking towards the front door. He sees Olga in the window and tells her to unlock the door. She's petrified with fear but runs to unlock the deadbolt. Victor kicks open the door and yells at Olga to get in the truck. He then walks back into the bedroom, opens her closet door, and with one bear hug grasp, manages to get all of Olga's clothes in between his interlocking arms. Then he turns, pushes Olga in front of him. He's guiding her with his hips down a path towards his truck. When they got into the driveway, Ava started screaming at Olga not to get into Victor's truck, and that she'd call the police. Victor tells Olga to keep walking, starts cussing at Ava in Russian and English, calling her insane, saying that he'd be calling the cops when he and Olga got back to his apartment. Victor threw Olga's clothes in the bed of his truck, then lifted Olga with one arm, opening the passenger door with the other, throwing her in. Victor slams her door, then walks around to his side and they kick up gravel, leaving marks on the driveway as they back out of it and onto the road. The short ride to Victor's home is silent. When they get to his apartment, they leave Olga's clothes in the truck, walk right inside. Victor gets on the phone with the police. Olga sits in the living room and listens to him tell the police that his sister's been poisoning his niece. Victor tells the cops that his sister has always had problems, but she never got help. He never thought that she'd do something like this. As Victor sat on the couch next to Olga, she saw him cry. Then Olga cried. Ava had been lacing Olga's water with rat poison and other drugs to keep her sick. After Olga's dad left, Ava's abandonment crisis and other underlying mental health warnings manifested into an unhealthy obsession to feel needed. Olga's sickness gave her the purpose she was so desperate for. It was the assurance she needed that Olga could never leave her. My stepmom ended up living with her Uncle Victor until she met my sad, divorced single dad at a baseball game in their early 20s. She fell in love with his wackiness and the little nugget he had with him. And we've been a happy family ever since. Needless to say, I've never met Grandma Ava. I work at a country gas station on a busy highway. Our customers are the people who commute to and from the city for work. Every morning they come in wanting their coffee and biscuits before filling their tanks. And most of them stop for a snack and energy drink in the evening. We get truckers and the random passerbys throughout the day. But those morning and evening rushes are what keep the lights on. Most of the time, it's about the most routine, boring job you can have, unless there's a tornado. I'm in Louisiana. It rains a lot here, and we're known to throw epic hurricane parties. But tornadoes are a pretty rare occurrence for us. During my 35-year lifetime, there's only been 3 in my area. And the first 2 were so far on the other side of town, I didn't even know it was happening until I saw the pictures later. But the third one, that sucker came straight for me. It was a Friday, and I was working with my boss, Ted, and 2 others, Linda and Robbie. We knew the weather was supposed to get rough after lunch, but it was nothing we were concerned about. It was gloomy out, and the rain started just after lunch. The wind was blowing, and the occasional bolt of lightning flashed through the sky. But then it got dark. It looked like the sun was setting, yet it was barely 1 p.m. Then the temperature dropped. It was probably only a few degrees, but you could instantly feel the difference. That was about the time our phones started getting tornado warning alerts. Though actual twisters are rare for us, the warnings are just as uncommon. Every so often, one will be attached to a severe thunderstorm notification. But we're so used to them being false alarms that we don't take them very seriously. But when we looked outside, we all knew this was different. The sky turned downright sinister. I don't think I've ever seen the clouds so close to truly being black. The rain turned to hail. The wind was blowing so hard, it ripped the door from Ted's hand. Robbie stepped outside and lost his hat, as in literally lost it. It blew off of his head and kept on going. When he started to chase after it, Ted grabbed his arm and pulled him back inside. We could actually see the tornado forming in the distance. It dropped down before our very eyes, and it was coming straight for us. Because it was so far down the highway, Linda wanted to jump in her car and try to outrun it, but Ted knew there wasn't enough time to outrun this thing. Ted hollers for all of us to file inside, into the walk-in cooler. At first, Robbie, Linda, and I tried to reason that leaving was the best way. But before we could finish our argument, the tornado was even closer. We definitely didn't have time. As we barricaded ourselves within the cold walk-in, we braced ourselves as a loud rumble got closer and closer to where we were. The rumble was soon accompanied by sounds of thrashing metal, the crashing and cracking of wood, and all of the goods from the store being thrown around, and who knows what else. I've never been in an earthquake, but the way we shook inside that walk-in, it felt like the earth was moving beneath us. Only it wasn't the earth that was moving. It was us. The walk-in was practically being lifted and dropped back down. Small movements, not enough to move us physically up and down, just enough to knock things off the shelves. I could hear Linda whimpering each time it happened. For all of 5 minutes. It just sounded like total destruction was taking place, and in that time, the power completely went out. I think that was the scariest part. I wasn't even paying attention to the racket outside anymore. There was enough going on inside to keep me distracted. With the power out, we could no longer see each other or the items falling off the shelves and onto us. I know at one point I stood up and I cradled my head with my arms, trying to block anything from hitting my head or face. But I could feel coagulated gravy under my feet. It must have been one of the various things to fly off the shelves, and it now covered the ground, making it slippery and impossible to keep balanced. At one point, a heavy plastic container of what I can only assume held potatoes came tumbling down, the corner of the bin smashing one of my fingers, but luckily, not my head. I heard Robbie shriek in pain, but I couldn't see a damn thing. I called out asking if everyone was all right. Ted, Linda, they each gave me a response to indicate that they were conscious. So I told them to cover their heads, hoping they already were, but couldn't be sure. My eyes were tightly shut for what felt like forever, but soon, and I mean, it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes after it all started, everything was scary quiet. There was no wind, no rain, no sound of flying debris. There was only the sound of our own breathing, which by this time was pretty heavy. We stayed in that walk-in until it got too hot to handle. Ted was the first one out. It took all of us to get the door opened, but eventually we broke through the debris on the other side, and as soon as he walked through to the other side, he gasped. The rest of us shuffled out quickly behind him, and involuntarily did just the same. Truly, we couldn't believe what we saw. Nothing. The entire store which housed the walk-in cooler was gone. Not just the roof, not just the walls, but everything had been completely gutted. The goods on the shelves, the register, the coolers, all of it was thrown into various piles of unrecognizable junk. Our cars had been completely flipped around, no longer in their designated spots behind the building that no longer stood. We aren't even sure to this day where the little motorbike ended up. The only thing still standing, practically untouched, was the walk-in. By God's good graces, and probably Ted's good thinking, we survived against all odds. Eventually, Linda remembered she'd taken a bag into the cooler, filled with our cell phones. I grabbed my cell phone from the bag and called emergency services, while she poured over the damage with Ted and Robbie. As I waited to get through, I remember thinking it was odd we hadn't heard a single siren throughout the ordeal or since it ended. When someone answered and I explained our location, the woman on the line was shocked. It was clear that they had assumed there were no survivors in the area, especially no one from the store, which was no longer standing. It wasn't immediate, but But soon enough, we heard the sound of something that's usually not so sweet. The sound of sirens. The store was a total loss, and there'd be a lot of rebuilding to do. But at least we were alive.